Sure! Did you know that the Mid-Ohio No Chicane track is famous for how it tests drivers' precision and bravery? Without the chicane, drivers get to carry more speed through the turn, which makes it even more thrilling and a little more dangerous. It's like the track says, if you think you have skills, prove it without my chicane. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite machine. We want to see some serious contenders out there. Hurry up before the buzzer rings. Alright, this is a classic showdown. Maya in that tiny 1984 Ford Fiesta XR2 versus naturally unlucky in a 94 Volkswagen Golf, the R6. The Fiesta is lightweight and nimble, perfect for tight corners and quick acceleration. But the VRE6 packs a lot more power and torque, especially on the straights. Mid-Ohio without the chicane means straight line speed could be king. But handling still matters a lot around those bends. I'd say it's a close call that the Volkswagen's extra grunt might give it the edge on this track. Still, don't count out Maya's little Fiesta, because sometimes smaller and lighter just outsmarts bigger and faster. So, I'm leaning toward naturally unlucky's Golf for the win, but it'll be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Mid-Ohio No Chicane, and leading the pack we've got a classic, the 1986 Ford Escort RS Turbo from the Retro Slow Cars class. Looks like nostalgia is leading the charge today. Geoguin Miracles has taken an early lead, followed closely by Lux Ravenous and Natural Unlucky. The top three are already setting the pace, and it looks like a tight battle is brewing. James Mayo is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to reach 15th place. Lux Ravenous and Geoguin Miracles are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Timborghini Tuba and Gesterone, 133,796, are nose-to-nose battling for 6th. Mr. Roche is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 20. Lux Ravenous is holding strong at the front, now in 1st place. Naturally Unlucky is also making moves, grabbing 2nd place. Timburghini Tuba climbs to 7th place. Cometwi moves into 8th. S7 Games advances 2 spots to 10th. Beans Streams and Imobias are nose to tail for the 12th spot. The Dreamkeeper is making a move, climbing 2 places to 19th. Diogo Numericals is driving a 1986 Ford Escort RS Turbo, currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady and making a good run, but no sign of a major challenge yet. Kalmetwi has gained 2 places and is now in 6th place. Yesterday 133,796 and Kalmetwi are nose to nose for 6th. James Mayo and Bean Streams are fighting hard for 13. Exoasis is driving a 1978 Lada 2106 It's currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a classic underdog story with a slow but steady pace. Kalmetwi is climbing nicely to take 4th place. Kalmetwi and Geogai Numericals are nose to nose for 3rd. Yesterday 133,796 and Kingchu 22 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Kalmetwi is climbing to 3rd place. Yesterday 133,796 is also moving up, now in 6th. Kingchu 22 and Gesterone 133,796 are nose to nose for 6th position. Kingchu 22 just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. S7 Games and Gesterone 33,796 are nose to nose for 7th. Rexon Serra is chipping away at Bean Streams, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Diogena Miracles just overtook someone to take 3rd place. S7 Games is climbing up to 7th. James Mayo is making a move to 12th. Kalmetwi just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. S7 Games and Kingchu 22 are nose to tail for 6th. James Mayo and Amy are swapping positions in a close fight for 11. Kalmetwi is closing in on Naturally Unlucky, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. SS7 Games is climbing 2 spots to 5th place. Yesterone 33,796 is moving up 1 spot to 7th. S7 Games is climbing to 4th place. James Mayo is advancing to 10th place. Imobius and James Mayo nose to nose for 10th. Yesterone 133,796 and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Imobius is climbing to 10th. Igenerite is inching up to 17th. Kalmetwi is now just a second behind Natural Unlucky. Mr. Roche has climbed 2 spots to 16. Rex Nicera and Igenerite are nose to nose for 17th. Congratulations to Lux Ravenous on the win. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Well done. Wow. Looks Ravenous really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on winning the race. Clearly, they have some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's AI doing the work. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4. It's got that perfect blend of speed and agility, which I imagine is going to be crucial on those tight, winding turns of the Villarreal circuit. The Aston Martin Vantage GT4 and the Ginetta G55 Super Cup are strong contenders too. But I think the Ferrari's combination of quick acceleration and sharp handling will give it just enough edge to cross the finish line ahead of the pack. Alright everyone, this is your last call. Choose your favorite car now before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to cheer for the speedy contender you think will dominate. Alright, so we're looking at a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 versus a Ford Mustang Boss 302 on the challenging Circuito International de Villarreal tile. The Porsche is known for its precision and agile handling, especially on tight corners, which should give it an edge through the winding sections. The Mustang, on the other hand, is more of a muscle car with a lot of power, but might struggle a bit with the tight hairpins and sharp turns. Given those factors, I'd say the Porsche has the upper hand and is likely to finish somewhere around the top 3, maybe even reach the finish line first if it uses its cornering prowess effectively. The Mustang might put up a good fight but could fall behind in those critical tight sections. So, if I were placing a friendly wager, I'd probably bet on the Porsche to take the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Circuito International de Villarreal, and leading the way is Rex Nizar in the pole position, driving a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Looks like a lightweight speedster ready to steal the show. Rex and Sarah has shot up the line to take the lead. Cloudy is holding second place, closely followed by Wolfslight in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Adanut 44 just overtook someone to take 6th place. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 14th. Two Peasanta Podcast and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for the 14th spot. GamerBoss 72 is inching closer to official class 11, both fighting for the same spot. GamerBoss 72 just overtook to take the 8th place. The battle for 18th is heating up. Wolf's Light is climbing to 2nd place. Amy has moved up to 8th. Official Class Alive is now in 18th. Rex Nassero is leading the race in a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4 Tour. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race. The car is light and agile, perfect for staying ahead. Race seems smooth so far. Adanut 44 is driving a 2019 Janetta G55 Super Cup. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have room to improve. Big Olnut is driving a 2004 Audi A4 in the WTCC. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise so far. Amy is driving a 2006 Panos Esperante GT4. She's currently in 9th place, so she's holding steady but not exactly making waves. Mahokaos is gaining on Adanut 44, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Big Oldnut is also making moves, closing in on Reinecke by 1 second. BUArt is driving a 2016 Subaru Impreza W RX STI. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. GT4 cars are holding strong at Villarreal with tight competition, but the track's tight corners favor smaller, agile cars like the KTM Expo. WETC cars seem to struggle with the narrow layout, making overtakes tough. Adanut 44 is driving a 2019 Janetta G55 Super Cup Top. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves, but staying in the mix. Yuki Raman is driving a Chevrolet Lacetti in the World Touring Car Championship. They are currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much progress. GamerBoss 72 is driving a Volvo C30 from 2008. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Wow, Rexenzer, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the win. I guess the competition was just a warm-up for you. Wow, Rex Nazura took the win. That's some serious driving skills right there. Congratulations! You really know how to keep us on the edge of our seats. Can't wait to see what you do next time. Sure thing. Did you know that Retro Street Cars racing class is basically like a time machine on wheels? They take these classic cars that look like they just rolled out of a vintage movie and toss them into high-speed races. It's as if the past is trying to outpace the future. Talk about style and speed all in one package. Who knew that nostalgia could be so competitive? Alright everyone, if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is rapidly ticking down. Don't miss your chance to pick the one that will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Welcome back, Amin-san. Glad to see you returning to our little racing chaos. Hope you're ready to see some wild AI car battles. Oh wow, this is a true battle of the classics. Maya's driving a 1997 Mitsubishi G2 twin turbo, which is a pretty sleek beast with some serious power. Amin-san's in a 1989 Mazda RX-7 turbo, known for its lightweight and nimbleness, but maybe a bit less raw horsepower. Given the track is Sochi Autodrome, with plenty of turns and curves, I'd say the RX-7 could have a slight advantage because of its agility. But the GTO's turbocharged power might let Maya push ahead on the straights. It's really close, but I'd probably bet on Maya's GTO just edging out because of the raw power, especially on longer straight sections. But hey, with AI handling these drives, anything could happen. Let's see if agility or raw power takes the win. Alright everyone, the race is off at Sochi Autodrome, and leading the pack is Bobardo in a classic 1996 Peugeot 106 Rally Stu. Seems like he's feeling confident in that retro street car today. Bobardo has taken an early lead. ER Special is right behind in second place. Bacho Grande is holding on to third for now. The pack is still close, so expect some action soon. Apex Milkbag just made a bold move and is now in third place. Bacho Grande and Apex Milkbag are nose to tail fighting for third. Meanwhile, Katsuma Girl and Bacho Grande are locked in a close duel for fourth. Apex Milkbag and Era Special are nose to tail for second place. Kaina Girl is climbing up to take the fourth spot. Bako Grande and Kazuma Girl are now in a close fight for fourth. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to second place. Your Instinct and Gate are nose to nose for 9th. Yamobius and Eggsley are locked in a close fight for 16th. Kazuma Girl and Era Special are nose to tail for third place. TPKA is sneaking up one spot to 6th. Mr. Wolf J and TPPPA are locked in a close fight for 6th. Apex Milkbag and Bobardo are neck and neck for first place. Aerospatial is closing the gap on Apex Milkbag, now just 2 seconds behind. The fight for second place between Aerospatial and Apex Milkbag is heating up. Kazuma Girl just overtook someone to move into third place. TPKA and Mr. Wolf J are still neck and neck for 6th. Amy is climbing up to 10th position. Apex Milkbag has just taken the lead, moving up to first place. TPKA has also gained a spot, now in 6th. Mr. Wolf J and TPPPA are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a close fight. Kazuma Girl is really closing in on Bobardo. Just a second and a half to go. TPKPA is chipping away at Bacho Grande, inching closer. And Maya is climbing up to 12, making moves in the midfield. Lord Zekresby is climbing 2 spots to take 13th place. Amin-san and Lord Zekresby are nose to nose for 13th place. Unistix is advancing 1 spot to 16th place. Kazuma Girl and Bobardo are neck and neck for second place. Sir Gamingate is climbing up to 9th. Aceley is advancing to 15th. Kamagil just overtook someone and is now in second place. TPKPA is climbing up to 5th. Your Instinct is making moves and is now 7th. The race is heating up. TPKPA is right behind Era Special now, closing the gap to just over a second. Aceley is gaining on Amy, but still a bit behind with about a second and a tenth to catch up. Lord Zekresby is driving a 1993 Renault Clio Williams Zaptiva. Their race looks pretty steady in 15th place, not making any big moves but holding position. Maya is now in 10th place, closing in on Sir Gamingate. Aceley has also gained a position, now in 12th. The fight for 10th is heating up. Sir Gamingate and Maya are nose to tail for 10th place. Aceley is slicing into Sir Gamingate's tail by over a second. Lord Zekresby is climbing up to 13th, leaving someone behind. Lord Zekresby is gaining on Aceley, closing the gap to just a second. Stanket is inching closer to Amundsen, now less than a second behind. TPPPA and Era Special are nose to tail for 4th place. Your Instinct just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Bacho Grande and Your Instinct are also fighting for 6th, so expect some fireworks there. Our Special is now in 3rd place. Bobardo and Irrespecial are nose-to-nose for that position. Your Instinct is gaining on TPPPA, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lord Zikretspy is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 11. Bobardo just nudged into 3rd. TPKPA and Irrespecial are nose-to-nose for 4th, no room for error. Our Special is driving a 1992 Nissan 240S. They are currently in 4th place and have the 2nd fastest lap time among the racers still on the track. Looks like they're holding their own pretty well. TPKPA and Irrespecial are nose to tail for 4th place. Maya is climbing fast, now in 6th. Aisley has gained 1 spot, sitting in 9th. Maya is closing in on TPPA, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. They are locked in a tight battle for 5th place. Aisley is making moves, climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Lord Zekritsby and Bacho Grande are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Amin-san and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a close fight for 11. Iamobius is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 5th place. Aisley is now in 7th. Lord Zekretsby has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Ovidos is driving a 1996 Mazda Miata, a lightweight and nimble choice. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making any big moves yet. Maya is right behind Irrespecial now, closing the gap quickly. Aisley has just overtaken someone to sit in 6th place. Maya just overtook another car to move into 4th place. Maya and Bobardo are nose to tail for 3rd position. Amin-san has gained 1 spot and is now 9th. Amin-san and Your Instinct are battling fiercely for 8th place. Congratulations to Apex Milkbag on winning the race. Looks like they really milked the competition for all it was worth. Wow! Victory for Apex Milk Bag! Congratulations on that win! You really showed those cars what for. Well done! And as for the drivers who can claim a car, congratulations to Maya for winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a 1997 Mitsubishi GT-O Twin Turbo. A true classic for any retro streetcar enthusiast. Enjoy the ride! A fun fact about the 2015 Koenigsegg Agera RS is that it was once the fastest production car in the world, reaching a top speed of over 277 miles per hour. That's faster than most airplanes take off. It's like having a rocket on 4 wheels, just waiting to leave everyone in the dust. Hey Katsushuk, glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI car action. Sit tight and enjoy the race. Hey Azadiada. Great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! If you're interested in grabbing some cool shirts and merch, just type !merch in chat. The bot will hook you up with the link and you can browse all the awesome stuff we've got. Don't miss out on rocking some race day gear. Hey Jambofin, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Get ready for some intense moments and maybe a few surprises along the way. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up if you want to see how your favorite robo-racers are doing. At the end of each month, all the driver stats will be uploaded to the Google Drive for your viewing pleasure. If you want to check out the detailed stats, just hop over to our Discord and look for the pinned link. Remember, to get into those end-of-month charts, your robot needs to have completed at least 50 races during the month. And if you're curious about your current standings, or just want a quick peek, type !stats in chat, and you'll get your personalized stats in a flash. Keep racing and keep checking those numbers. Hey everyone! If you want to see the full instructions for the stream, just type !full guide in chat and you'll get all the details. Don't miss out on the tips and tricks to keep up with these racing AI cars. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance. The clock's ticking down, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't make me choose for you, because I might just pick the one that looks the fastest. Hurry up. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Lexus LFA is like that sleek, high-tech powerhouse, with insane speed and precision. It's built for those quick turns and straight-line sprints. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo 8C Spider has a certain charm with its sporty design and agility. But it's a little older and might not have the same raw horsepower. Considering the track is Bridgehampton, known for its challenging corners and elevation changes, I'd give a slight edge to a Gretz 34's Lexus LV. It's got the speed and handling to really shine here. But hey, surprises happen when AI is involved, so I wouldn't count out Bobardo's Alpha just yet. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, this race was requested by me, so be sure to thank me later. We're kicking things off at Bridgehampton with the slow car class from 2010 now. And right at the front we've got Cheese and Dashauer on pole, cruising in a 2015 Ford Mustang GT. Buckle up. It's about to get interesting. Cheese and Dashauer has shot off the line to take the lead. Tokido Kibri is right behind in second place. Double is holding strong in third. Looks like a close battle forming early. Tokido Kibri just took the lead and is now in first place. Amin-san moved up to third. Agrid's 34. And Double are nose to tail fighting for fourth. Agrid's 34 just sneaked into fourth place. Rizaldia Adha and Husky Hog are both climbing one spot each, now sitting in 11th and 13th. Amin-san just snuck into second place, leaving Cheese and Dashauer in a tight chase. Lin Lilac is climbing up to 13, making some moves. Husky Hog just overtook Lin Lilac for 13th place. James Mayo and Ruki Miriki are nose to nose for 15th place. Agrid's 34 is really having a tough time now in 13th place. Double is climbing up to 4th place. Yambofin is also making progress, moving into 5th. Amy is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 20. Rezaldi Adha is creeping up to 9th. Husky Hog is inching closer to 12th. Husky Hog and Lin Lilac are nose to nose for 12th. Yambofin is climbing up to 3rd place. Hot Bolognese and Ozexerod are still neck and neck for 7th. Lin Lilac just moved into 11th and is battling Kazashuk for 10th. Bobardo is really closing in on Double now, cutting the gap by over a second. Hot Bolognese and Ozgizerod are nose to nose for 7th place. James Mayo just made a 2-position jump to 10th. Hot Bolognese is climbing to 7th place. Husky Hog is now in 12th. Husky Hog and Kazashuk are nose to nose for 11th. Husky Hog is climbing up to 11th place. James Misk is also moving up to 13th. Taknesty and Lin Lilac are nose to nose for 14th. Tokido Kibri just edged ahead of Amin-san for the lead. James Misk and Kazashuk are still neck and neck for 12th. Nyanatotep 988 is climbing up to 17th, inching closer to the pack. Yambofin is now in 1st place. Amin-san and Jambofin are still neck and neck for the lead. Rezaldi Adha has climbed to 8th place. James Mayo advances 1 spot to 9th place. James Misk also moves up 1 spot to 11th place. Taknesty and Kazashuk are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Lin Lilac is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amy has climbed 2 spots to 15th place. Taknesty and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for that 15th spot. Mr. Wolf J is charging through the field, now in 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Double and Cheese and Dashauer are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Griseldia Adha and Hot Bolognese are also going wheel to wheel for 7th. Dr. Felix's is right behind Red Panda 94, closing the gap to just over a second. They are battling for 26th place. Agris 34 is gaining on Zufi quickly, closing nearly 4 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 14. James Mayo is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to 7. Hot Bolognese and James Mayo are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Tokido Kibre is climbing up to 2nd place. James Mayo is now in 6th. Rezaldia Ada has moved into 8th. Aminsan is dropping back to 13th place. Cheese and Dashauer is climbing up to 3rd. Double is also moving up to 4th. Hot Bolognese is really having a tough time dropping to 23rd. Aminsan is also sliding back to 28th. Rizaldi Ada is making some progress up to 5th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Red Panda Menonity 4 is now in 23rd place. Captain Canadian has moved into 24th. Amy continues her climb, now in 14th. Hot Bolognese just overtook 27 cars to take the lead. Yambofin and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 1st place. Kikas Lady X3 and Tacnesty are fighting hard for 18th. Yambofin is taking the lead now, climbing to 1st place. Tokido Kibre is right behind, moving up to 2nd. Cheese and Dashauer is also making a move, grabbing 3rd. Things are heating up at the top. Rezaldi Adha is climbing to 3rd place. James Mayo is catching up to Babardo, closing the gap by just over a second. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Lin Lilac, narrowing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Maya is climbing nicely into the top 20 now. Iron Crusoe Wooden Cross is making a move into the 20s. Captain Canadian is inching closer to the 20s as well. Rizaldia Adha is gaining on Tokido Kibre, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bobardo and Double are nose to nose for 5th place. Husky Hog and James Misk are locked in a close fight for 8th. Atirona 92 is driving a 2013 Ford Mustang Boss 302. They're currently in the 24th position and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 50 seconds. The race seems to be tough for them with the slowest lap compared to the leaders. James Mayo just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. James Mayo and Double are nose to nose for 5th. James Misk is also moving up, now in 7th. James Mayo is climbing up to 5th place. Double and James Mayo are nose to nose for 5th. Husky Hog is inching into 8th. James Mayo is climbing up to take 4th place. Cheese and Dash Shower and James Mayo are nose to nose for 4th. James Misk and Double are neck and neck for 6th. James Misk is climbing to 6th place. Mr. Wolf J is narrowing the distance to Ozxerod by 2.5 seconds. Maya is catching up to Lazy Towner, closing the gap by a little over a second. James Misk and Cheese and Dash Hour are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Husky Hog just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Double and Husky Hog are nose to nose for 7th position. Cheese and Dash Hour and James Misk are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Kickass Lady X38 are locked in a fierce duel for 17th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. Husky Hog is making a move into the top 5. Bilbardo is sneaking into the top 10, climbing 2 spots. Archirone 192 is on a roll, climbing up to 20. Ruki Miriki is narrowing the gap on Amy, getting closer by the second. Captain Canadian just moved up to 17. Looks like he's on a mission. Nyalathot Teplaneti 8 is gaining on Kazashuk, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Case Teflex is climbing up to take the 21st spot. Dr. Felix is closing in on Red Panda Manani 4, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Taknasty is driving a 2017 Kia Stinger GT. They're currently in the 8th place, with a best lap time of 1 minute 53 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Rizaldi Adha is making a move for the top spot. James Mayo is climbing up to 3rd place. Husky Hog is also advancing 1 position. James Mayo is closing in on Tokidoki Brie, cutting the gap by over a second. Double has climbed 2 spots to sit in 6th place. Cheese and Dashor and Double are battling closely for the 6th position. Kickass Lady X3 is closing in on Captain Canadian fast enough to make him wish he had a turbo boost. Bobardo just sneaked into 7th place, probably feeling pretty good about that. Oskatsarod is climbing up to 9th, leaving some others in the dust. Oskatsarod and Cheese and Dashauer are nose to nose for 8th place, making it a battle to watch. James Misk is climbing fast, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. James Mayo is closing the gap on Tokido Kibri, shaving off 1.4 seconds. Husky Hog is right behind James Mayo, closing in by another second. Husky Hog is making a move up to 3rd place. Bobardo is climbing to 6th. Mr. Wolf J is sneaking into the top 10. Hop Bolognese is closing in on Zufik, now just 5.8 seconds behind. James Mayo has surged to 3rd place. Amy and Cheese and Dashauer are nose to nose for 10th. Double is climbing to 6th place. Mr. Wolf J has gained 2 spots and is now 7th. Cheese and Shower is also moving up 2 spots into 8th. Katsushuk is on the move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 4 cars. Taknesty is making a strong push, passing 6 cars to land in 16th. James Misk is also on the rise, overtaking 6 cars to settle in 17th. Looks like everyone's eager to climb the ranks. Oskzerot is on the move, climbing up to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rukimiriki is also making a charge, passing 5 cars to settle in 19th. Lin Lilak is not far behind, overtaking 4 cars to reach 21. Red Panda Mini 4 is making a move, and is now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Bobardo is having a tough time and has dropped 7 spots to 25th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is gaining on Captain Canadian, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nyla Totep 98 is on a tier, climbing from way back to 6th place. Yamufin just snuck into 3rd and Double is right behind in 4th. Looks like a tight battle for the podium. Captain Canadian is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 5th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is right behind, also up 8 spots to 6th. Katsushuk is making a move, overtaking 6 cars to settle in 9th. Katsushuk is really eyeing Husky Hog now, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Oskzerot just snuck into the top 16, climbing 1 spot. Rukimiriki is making a move, climbing up to 15th place. Tokido Kibri is inching closer to Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Yambofin is hot on Tokidoki Bree's tail, closing in by just over a second. Yambofin is really closing the distance on Tokidoki Bree, just a 1.5 seconds behind now. Rukimiriki is hot on Ozgazerad's tail, closing in by 2 seconds. Aminsan is climbing up the leaderboard, moving up 2 spots to sit in the 19th position. Jambufin just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. James Misk is sneaking up to the top 10. Rukimiriki is closing in on Ozgazerod, but still a bit of a gap to close. Captain Canadian is climbing fast into 3rd place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is also making a move into 4th. James Mayo is following suit into 5th. Looks like a tight battle for those top spots. Husky Hawk is closing in on Tokido Kibri with a 5.7 second gap. Got it. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Double with a 7.6 second difference. James Nis just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Husky Hog is creeping up on Tokidoki Bree, the gap shrinking fast. Mr. Wolf J is closing in on Double, making a move. Amy is gaining on Mr. Wolf J, closing the distance. Flex advances to 23rd place. Hot Bolognese is gaining on Tacnesty, closing the gap by a second and a half. Hot Bolognese and Tacnesty are battling it out for 24th place. Jambofin is creeping closer to Rizaldi Adha, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. James Mayo is inching up on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, closing in by 1.1 seconds. Husky Hog is also making moves on Tokidokabri, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Husky Hog is inching closer to Tokidokabri. Not much of a gap left now. Double is making a serious move on Kazushuk, closing nearly 4 seconds. Kikus Lady X3 is catching up to me, but I doubt she's here for a friendly chat. Captain Canadian is closing in on Jambofin, cutting the gap by a second. James Misk is gaining on Husky Hog, closing it by a bit more than a second. Double is climbing up to 9th place, making moves through the pack. Captain Canadian is inching closer to Jambofin, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Flex is catching Kazushuk fast, narrowing the distance by 2.6 seconds. James Misk is now just 1 second behind Husky Hog. Kikus Lady X3 is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Our Chiron 192 has climbed 1 spot and is now in the 19th position. Captain Canadian is gaining on Jambofin, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. James Misk and Husky Hog are nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like a battle to watch. James Misk is climbing up to 7th place. Husky Hog and James Misk are nose to tail for that spot. Amy and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a close fight for 10th. Double is really stalking Husky Hog now. Amy just sneaked into the 10th spot. I'm closing in on Namin-san, but he's not making it easy. Mr. Wolf J just moved up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Amy and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a close fight for 10th. Oskutserod is closing the gap on Chizendashauer by 1.43 seconds, so expect some action soon. Jambofin is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. James Mayo has climbed 1 spot to take the 4th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and James Mayo are nose to nose in a tight fight for that 4th spot. James Mayo is climbing up to 3rd place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and Captain Canadian are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Takidokibre is closing the gap on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is driving a 2022 Lotus Emira. He's currently in 8th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute 45 seconds and 21 milliseconds. The race looks tight for him, just behind Husky Hog and slightly ahead of Maya Logwaisi. Lazy Towner is inching closer to Rookie Mariki, closing the gap by just over a second. Dr. Felix is gaining on Taknesty, chipping away at the lead by 1.7 seconds. Hot Bolognese is narrowing the distance to Amin-san, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Yambofin is right behind Rizaldi Adha now, closing the gap quickly. James Misk is catching up to Tokidoki Brie, not letting that lead stay comfortable. K-Steflex is sneaking closer to Lin Lilac. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Amin-san has moved up 2 spots and is now in 24th. Chizindashar is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Asharon 92. And I are nose to nose for 16th place. Hot Bolognese is gaining on Zufik, closing the gap by 1.42 seconds. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Kazashuk are locked in a close fight for 21st place. Hot Bolognese is gaining on Zufik, shrinking the gap by 1.2 seconds. Double is closing in on Husky Hog fast, cutting the gap by 15 seconds. Amin-san just moved up 1 spot to 23rd. Hot Bolognese is gaining on Zufik, closing the distance by a second. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Double and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amin-san is closing in on Red Panda Manatee 4 and has shrunk the distance by 2.6 seconds. Captain Canadian is driving a 2012 Dodge Challenger SRT-8IT. They're currently in 4th place, but their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding on but not exactly setting the pace. James Mayo is climbing to 2nd place. Captain Canadian is also moving up to 3rd. Tokidoki Brie is advancing to 5th. The race is heating up. Tokidoki Brie is gaining on Jambofin, closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Amy has climbed 2 spots to 7th place. Double is moving up 1 spot to 9th. Double just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Mr. Wolf J also gained 1 position, now 9th. Amin-san is chipping away at Red Panda Manatee 4, closing the gap by a second. Husky Hog is gaining on Tokidoki Brie, closing the gap to just 1.5 seconds. Double is inching closer to Amy, cutting the distance by over a second. Chizindashar is climbing up to 11th place, making moves through the pack. Husky Hog is inching closer to Tokidoki Brie, closing the gap by 1.33 seconds. Mr. Wolf J and Double are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. K-Steflex is narrowing the distance to Lin Lilac by 1.6 seconds. Yang Mufin is right behind Captain Canadian now, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. James Misk is gaining on Lazy Towner, cutting it down by 1 second. Hot Bolognese is hot on Zufik's tail, also reducing the distance by 2.30 seconds. Captain Canadian is gaining on James Mayo, closing the distance by over a second. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is hot on the heels of Mr. Wolf J, closing in by 3.4 seconds. James Nisk is inching closer to Lazy Towner, reducing the gap by just over a second. James Mayo is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. James Misk is climbing 2 spots to reach 13. Lazy Towner and Ruki Miriki are locked in a close fight for 14th. Lazy Towner is climbing up 1 spot to take the 14th place. Ruki Miriki and Lazy Towner are neck and neck for that position. Lin Lilak is also moving up 1 spot to take the 18th place. James Nisk is climbing to 12th place. K-Steflex is now in 19th. Amin San has moved up to 20th. Yambofin is creeping up on Captain Canadian, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Katsishok is chipping away at Red Panda Manini 4, getting closer by 2 seconds. Hot Bolognese is inching towards Zofik, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Nyalatho Tepna 98 is driving an Audi RS4 Avant Quattro from 2013. They're currently in the last quarter of the race, just ahead of the bottom 3. Looks like a tough run for them so far. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on double and closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. James Nisk is inching closer to Cheese and Dash Hour, narrowing it by 1 second. Kickass Lady X3 is catching up to Kazishuk, cutting the distance by 1.6 seconds. Amy is gaining on Husky Hog, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is narrowing the distance to Mr. Wolf J by 1.5 seconds. James Misk has climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Yamofin is gaining on Captain Canadian, closing the gap to less than a second now. Husky Hook and Takidoki Bri are nose to nose for 5th place. Arturun 92 and Maya are locked in a close fight for 16th. Yambofin is inching closer to Captain Canadian, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Husky Hawk has just overtaken someone to sit comfortably in 5th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is gaining on Mr. Wolf J, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Rizaldi Adhar really took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Rizaldi Adha took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. That was a really impressive drive. And a big shout out to Jambofin for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim that sleek 2015 Koenigsegg Agera RS not a bad prize for a quick lap. Alright, the 2003 Opel Astra is like that reliable friend who always shows up on time. It might not be the flashiest car on the block, but it's known for its practicality and decent performance. Fun fact: it was one of Opel's best-selling models in Europe back then. So if you saw one on the street, chances are someone was pretty happy with it. Definitely not a race car. But hey, in a race against AI cars, it might surprise us with some old-school determination. Alright, so we've got Vargala Svet in a 2001 Mercedes-Benz CLK and Jerk Place and a 2003 Opel Astra. Honestly, the Mercedes is a bit of a classic luxury player, so it might have the edge in comfort, maybe a little more power. The Astra, while reliable and nimble, is probably not going to keep up if Vargala's car is running smoothly. Given the track is Hakelalum Largo, and considering the cars involved, I'd say Vargala's Mercedes might just take the win, unless Jerk Place pulls off some unexpected magic with the Astra. But hey, that's why we watch these AI races, right? To see if the underdog can surprise us. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Wachalalum Largo, and Sir Prothry is starting strong on pole in that classic 2004 Audi A411. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI comes sweeping past. Sir Prothry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Anonymous NT3 is holding strong in second place. Rumi of 13 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya just overtook Fishta Husky and is now in fourth place. Fishta Husky is fighting hard to hold on. Amy has gained one position and is now in sixth. Fishta Husky just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Adam Flash is closing in, now just one spot behind. Maya and Adam Flash are nose to tail for fifth. Maya is now in fifth place, climbing one spot. Amy has moved up to sixth place, also gaining one spot. Rizaldi Ada has made a nice jump of 2 spots to 8th place. Adam Flash is really having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 14. Rizaldi Ada is climbing up 1 spot to 7. Rosaurus is also moving up 1 spot to 8. Vargala Svet is holding a slight edge over Jerk Place, But with only 3 laps left, it's anyone's game. Jerk players might be eyeing an overtake if Vargala slips up. Adam Flash is driving a 2000 Audi A-Beat TTTR. They're currently in 6th place, so they're holding a decent position, but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a steady race so far. Anonymous Ninity 3 is driving a 2017 Chevrolet Cruze and is currently in 2nd place. They're close behind Serpra 3 and seem to be holding a solid pace. Rumi Fist 13 and Anonymous Ninja 3 are neck and neck for 2nd place. Marty Freeze just gained a spot to move into 12th. Giada Gaming and Marty Freeze are battling hard for 11th. Rumi Fist 13 is climbing up to 2nd place. Rizaldi Adha is cutting down the gap to Amy by a second and a half. Maya is holding a solid 5th and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the mix for a top finish if he keeps it clean. The DTM cars are close in performance, but the track's tight corners favor drivers with quick lap times. The Opel Astra is holding its own, thanks to its agility. Amin Zons is driving a 2012 Mercedes-Benz C-Class. They're holding a solid 10th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to catch up. Serpra 3 is leading in a 24 Audi A4 R11, and it looks like they're holding a solid pace at the front. No signs of slowing down yet. Aminsan is really pushing to catch Rosaris, closing the gap by 1 second. They're locked in a tight battle for 8th place. Jerkplay just sneaked into the 8th place. Jeet Silgaming and Marty Freeze are nose to nose for the 10th spot. Serpra is leading in a 24 Audi A4 11, and they're holding a solid pace with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're comfortably in front and setting the benchmark. And Rosaurus just nudged into 7th place. Rizaldia Adha is right behind, so this could get interesting. Wow, Serpra 3 really outpaced everyone else. Guess they're the king of the track now. Wow. Serpra 3 really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on that win. You must be feeling like a true racing legend now. Thanks for bringing your A game to the track today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Porsche 917K would probably have the best shot at winning on the Central International Circuit. It's got a reputation for being a very capable racer on high-speed circuits thanks to its power and aerodynamic design. The Ferrari 512 models are also strong contenders given their speed and racing pedigree. But the Porsche 917K is often considered one of the most iconic and fastest of its era. The other cars are impressive too, but I have a feeling the Porsche would just edge out the competition on this particular track. Hey everyone, the clock is running out, so make your choices quick. You don't want to miss out on the excitement. Pick your favorite car before it's too late. Wow. Both of these cars are absolute legends from the golden age of racing. The Lola T70 Mark Anu has that classic muscle car vibe, with its sleek design and racing pedigree. The Ford GT40 MK4 is famous for its victory at Le Mans. So it's no slouch either. Considering the Central International Circuit's twists and turns, I'd lean slightly toward the Ford GT40, because it's often praised for its handling and balance, especially on tracks with tight corners. But on the other hand, the Lola 70 has that raw speed and agility that might give it an edge if the AI drivers play their cards right. Honestly, it's a coin toss, but I'll put my chips on the Ford GT40 taking the win by just a hair. Let's see if the AI can surprise us. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Central International Circuit, and the prototype 1970 class is in action. Relax View is on pole, driving a classic 1970 Porsche 917 LH. Let's see if that vintage machine can hold off the competition. Relax View has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Amy is holding steady in third. Looks like a close battle shaping up already. Exhaust 21 just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Adanut 44 and Exhaust 21 are nose to nose for that 8th spot. Reikoharu G and Adanut 44 are also battling fiercely for 9th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Exhaust 21 is closing in on the top 5. Reikoharu G just made a small jump to 9th. Amy is now breathing down the neck of the 2nd place. Abeta Bloke is climbing up to 5th place. Reikoharu G has moved up to 8th place. Sura Aurelia and Reikoharu G are nose to nose for 8th. Reikoharu G is climbing up to 7th place. Exhaust 21 and Reikoharu G are nose to tail for 7th. Rob Swizzle and Oscar Wolf are locked in a close fight for 20th. Reikoharu G is driving a 1970 Porsche 917 LH, starting from 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made a move yet. Siroria is climbing up to 8th place. Siroria and Exhaust 21 are nose to nose for 8th. Juspan Chakes is making a move to 15th. Siroria and Exhaust 21 are neck and neck for 8th place. Commander Juice and Dust Pancakes are locked in a close fight for 15. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 12th place. Shotota Doroka 39 and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for that spot. Commander Juice is also making moves up to 15th place. The tight corners at Central are definitely favoring the more agile prototypes, keeping the top spots closely contested. Reiko Haruji just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Shron and Reiko Haruji are nose to nose for 6th. Ziraridia and Edzos 21 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Adanut 44 is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Commander Juice and Bacorn are nose to nose for 14th. Dirok Official is driving a vintage Chinook Mark II. They're currently in 19th place, and just a few tenths behind the cars ahead. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Shoto Todoroki 39 is driving a vintage Lola T290. They're currently in 12th place, but their lap time is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like a steady race, but they might need to pick up the pace if they want to climb higher. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap. Violetta Mama is right behind, and they're battling it out. Riko Haruji and Abata Bloke are also nose to nose for 5th. Reiko Haruji is driving a 1970 Porsche 917 LH, which is currently in 7th place. They've been steadily climbing up with the fastest lap of 132.92, showing good pace. Looks like they're on a strong run. Abata Bloke is now in 4th place. Violetta Mama and Abata Bloke are still neck and neck for that spot. Reiko Haru, G and Violetta Mama are fighting hard for 5th. Maya is trying to overtake for 2nd place but still stuck behind. Reiko Haruji and Violetta Mama are wheel to wheel for 5th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Adanut 44 is closing the gap on Shran, now just 1.7 seconds behind. So, expect some fireworks soon. Well, look at that. Relaxed View just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic win for Relaxed View. Congrats. They really showed those AI cars how it's done today. Guess all that relaxing paid off. Great job to them. A fun fact about the 27 Honda Civic FA is that it was known for its reliable performance and impressive fuel economy, making it a favorite for drivers who wanted a practical yet sporty ride. It's like the overachiever of the car world, quietly doing its job and winning hearts without breaking the bank. Alright everyone. If you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. The clock's running out and we don't want any last-minute panic shopping. Get those choices in before it's too late. Wow! This is a classic battle of the sleek and modern versus the trusty old school. The BMW M220i is definitely more recent and probably has the edge in speed and tech. The Honda Civic from 2007 is a solid car and known for its reliability. But in a race like a Kutama Sprint, I think the BMW might have the upper hand simply because of newer engineering and potentially better handling. Still, don't count out the Civic's agility, especially if it's been well maintained and driven smart. My money's on the BMW, but this will be fun to watch. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at a Kutama Sprint, and leading the pack is Let's Go in the TCR class. Driving a classic 2007 Honda Civic? Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the new challengers. Let's Go has taken an early lead, clearly feeling confident. Iron Cross Wooden Cross is right behind, not letting go just yet. Shran is holding steady in third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Iron Cross Wooden Cross is now in first place. Naturally Unlucky has moved up to 6. Lockchin 7 and Radizor Activa Vixen are nose to nose for 12. Shran is climbing to second place. Amy and the Hyper 7 are nose to nose for 8. Lockchin 7 is inching into the top 12. Naturally Unlucky and Stephen Brinkley are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy has just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Amy and Cheese and Dashauer are fighting hard for 7. Stephen Brinkley and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. The Hyper 7 is climbing fast, now in 7th. Forty Afro is making progress, up to 15. Natural Unlucky is climbing up to 5th place. Forty Afro is making a move to 14. Bubute is sneaking into 16. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Cheese and Dash Shower and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Bulbute is now 1.3 seconds behind DJ Megacat and gaining. Bulbute advances 1 spot to 15th place. Anarchizix climbs 2 spots to 16th place. Kingchu 22 and Anarchizix are nose to nose for 16th place. The track's tight and technical nature seems to favor the quicker cars, like the Subaru Impreza and BMW M220 Tie-Dye. The slower cars are struggling to keep up, especially in the corners. The tight corners and quick straights seem to favor the nimble cars like the Subaru and BMW, while the larger or less agile vehicles are falling behind. Frank Werty just overtook Chiesendashauer and is now in 9th place. They're neck and neck fighting for that 8th spot. Lord Zekrisby climbs to 10th place. Jmagishat is closing in on Kingshu 22, chipping away at the gap. Naturalium Lucky is holding off Maya by a car length for 4th place. Frank Werty and Lord Zekrisby are nose to tail for 10th. Looks like a couple of battles heating up. Frank Werty and Lord Zekrisby are nose to nose for 10th place. Yagishat is sneaking up on Kingchu 22, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Jmagishat is driving a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge. They're currently in the 18th spot and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time. But they're not exactly challenging the leaders. Naturalium Lucky is driving a 2018 Peugeot 308. They're currently in 6th place, holding their position well with a decent lap time. Looks like they're not too unlucky so far. Lockjun 7 is in a 2011 Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, as they're quite a few seconds behind the leaders. Wow, Iron Crystal Wooden Cross took the win. Looks like they were just a little faster than everyone else. Well done! Wow! Iron Cross or Wooden Cross really pulled off the victory. Congratulations! That was an impressive win. Looks like all those hours spent tuning paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. Did you know that classic Indy cars used to have engines that sounded like a thunderstorm on wheels? It was almost like a musical to the ears of racing fans. They also had this unique way of sliding through turns that made it look like they were dancing rather than racing. Quite the spectacle and a true testament to the daring driver skill back in the day. Oh, this is like a vintage showdown straight out of a history book. The 1952 Kuzma Offie has that classic charm and maybe a little nostalgic advantage. But the Curtis Craft 500B from 1957 is known for being a bit more modern and potentially more aerodynamic. It's really a toss-up. But if I had to pick, I'd say Mission Man with the Curtis Craft might have a slight edge because of the advancements in design in that 5-year gap. Still, anything can happen in racing, especially when AI is involved. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autosport Speedway Sprint Track with the Classic IndyCars class. It's their Apper is starting from the front, in a sleek 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. Let's see if vintage charm can keep up with the newer speed demons. Maya has taken the lead right out of the gate. It's their Apper is holding strong in second place, and Imogen Tempest is close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Buffini team just gained 1 spot and is now in third place. Imogen Tempest and Buffy 19 are nose-to-tail fighting for third. Justin Gilks and Imogen Tempest are locked in a close duel for fourth. Buffini 19 and its Theraper are nose-to-nose for second place. Ebony Shadow just gained 1 spot to sit in 10th. Ebony Shadow and Zookstercat are locked in a close fight for 9th. Imboost Platinum and T-Bone are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Ebony Shadow just gained 1 spot and is now 9th. Ebony Shadow and Imdust Platinum are fighting hard for 8th. Its Theraper is now in first place. Maya is right behind, still in the hunt for the lead. Zookstercat has climbed 2 spots and is now in 8th. Maya has just taken the lead, moving to first place. Its Theraper is right behind, not giving up that easily. Justin Gilks is climbing steadily into fourth. Its Theraper just overtook for the lead and is now in first place. Maya is right behind, not giving up that easily. Ebony Shadow and Reiko Haruji are nose to tail for 10th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Cap Holster is really closing the gap on Ebony Shadow, just a 1.5 seconds behind now. Filthy Old Guy is climbing up the field, moving into the top 20 now. Reiko Haruji is in 11th place with a 1952 Kuzma Offie. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Buffini team just overtook someone for second place. Looks like Maya and Buffini 19 are now nose to nose. Uncle Tobin is closing in on Mission Man, cutting the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Things are heating up. Reiko Haru, G, and Induced Platinum are nose to tail for 9th place. Filthy Old Guy and Gary 17 are locked in a close fight for 17th. Gonstotu 102 is really closing that gap on Imogen Tempest. Looks like a battle brewing. T-Boom just jumped a spot to 7. Nice move. Reiko Haruji is climbing 2 spots to 8. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya is climbing to 2nd place. Justin Gilks is now in 3rd. Imogen Tempest is pushing into 4th. Looks like the top 4 are getting pretty crowded. Shikamaru is making a nice climb up to 11th place. Bufin 19 is dropping back to 14. Amy is sliding down to 20. Blinning Buddha is closing in on Gary 17 fast, just 16.7 seconds behind. Bufinantine is having a tough time and dropped 6 places to 20. Imdus Platinum is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Wow! It's their emperor just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Well done! Wow, looks like it's the It's Therapy show today. Congratulations on winning the race. You really left the others in the dust. Great driving. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Snetterton 300 is known for its fast turns and technical sections. So a car that can grip the road and maneuver through the twists without losing speed is key. A balance of stability and agility will definitely help stay competitive and avoid those dreaded gravel traps. Speed on the straights is important too, but without control in the corners, you'll just be spinning out or losing time. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down fast, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine battle it out on the track. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Wow. A classic showdown on Snetterton 300. I gotta say, the Citroën 2CV with the chaotic weirdo might surprise us all. It's lightweight and quirky. But that MGA 1600 Mark II has some serious charm. And probably a bit more power. My bet is on Maldox FCF to take the win. But don't count out the chaotic weirdo causing chaos and maybe even pulling off an upset. It's all about style and strategy in this race. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Snetterton 300 and leading. The pack is Stephen Brinkley in a vintage classic, a 1964 Citroën 2 Super 2 CV. Who knew such a tiny car could be the front runner? Reiko Haruji has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Stephen Brinkley is right behind in second place, and Captain Canadian is in third, trying to keep up. The race is off to a promising start. Senator Savage is on fire, climbing 3 spots to third place. Gary 710 is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 17th. Captain Canadian is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to second. James Misk just climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Stephen Brinkley and James Misk are nose-to-nose fighting for that position. Famaka is also moving up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Waifuana is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Anna Savage is closing in on Captain Canadian, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Famaka just gained a spot, now 5th. Famaka just gained 1 spot, and is now in 4th place. Jmagishat has moved up 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Aminsan and Jijmagikat are nose-to-nose, battling for 8th. Body Notes is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Aminsan just nudged into the top 10. Amy is closing in on Dejamagishat, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Maldox FCEF is on a tier, overtaking 12 cars to grab 3rd place. Nair Savage is climbing steadily into 2nd. Pat Swords is closing in on Gary 17, chipping away at the gap. Body Notes is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 10. Reiko Haruji and Maldox FCEF are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Aminsan just nudged up 1 place into the top 8. Princess Wildface is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aminsan is also on the move, up 3 spots to 12. Reiko Haruji has grabbed the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Senna Savage is really stalking Riko Haruji now. Jagishat is hot on Amy's tail. Cheese and Dash Hour just sneaked into the top 14. Looks like someone's making moves. Maldok's FTF is really closing that gap on Circa Mingate. Only about 19 seconds behind now. Enna Savage is chipping away at Reko Haruji. Just a little over a second to go. Amy has climbed one spot and is now in 7th place. Princess Willface and Amin-san are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Amin-san just gained a position, moving up to 11th. Maldok's FTF is slicing through the track, closing in on Circa Mingate by 5.5 seconds. Princess Wildface is climbing up one spot to 8th place. Amin-san and Princess Wildface are nose to tail, fighting for that 8th spot. Senna Savage is really closing the gap on Reko Haruji. Looks like a battle brewing. Amin-san just climbed one spot to 9th. Jagichat also moved up one spot to 10th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Amin-san's car is a 1977 AMC Pacer X, which is known for its quirky design and unexpected speed. Their race looks pretty steady, currently in 10th place, but with that car, who knows if they'll surprise us all. Waifuani better watch out. Amy is closing in fast. N-Body Notes just sneaked into the top 12, climbing one spot, IT. Maldok's FTF is gaining fast on Circa Mingate, the gap shrinking rapidly. Amy is also closing in on Waifuan, but at a more leisurely pace. Maldok's FTF is gaining fast on Circa Mingate, the gap shrinking significantly. Amy is inching closer to Waifuan, but not quite as dramatic. Maldok's FTF is now just a blink behind Circa Mingate. Captain Canadian is gaining on Enna Savage. Amy is inching closer to Waifuan. Famaka is gaining on Captain Canadian fast enough to make it interesting. Amy is closing in on Waifuan with a little more urgency. Maldok's FTF just jumped 2 spots, now sitting in the 19th spot. Famaka is gaining on Captain Canadian, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Maldok's FTF is making a move on the Hautiguedo, now, within 2 seconds. Zerk Gaming Gate is inching closer to Maya, closing the distance by a full second. Maldok's FTF is gaining fast on the Caotiguerdo, the gap shrinking by almost 7 seconds. James Misk is closing in on Famaka, now just over 3 seconds behind. Amy is creeping closer to Waifuan, with the gap down to about 1 second. Maldok's FTF is gaining fast on the Caotiguerdo, now just 6 seconds behind. Waifuan and James Misk are nose to nose for 5th place. Amy is closing the distance on Waifuan, chipping away at 1.8 seconds. Wow! Rikuharu G just took the victory. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done! Wow! Rikuharu G really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. I guess all those practice laps paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Brands Hatch Indy is known for its tight corners and quick transitions, so a car that can weave through the turns smoothly without losing too much speed would be the ideal choice. Acceleration out of the corners is also crucial because the straightaways are pretty short. Basically, a balanced car that can dance around the track without being either too twitchy or too sluggish would give you a real advantage here. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. Don't miss out on the thrill of seeing these AI drivers battle it out. Alright, this is quite the interesting matchup. Lockjan 7 in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 is definitely bringing a more agile and sporty vibe to the race. The Porsche is known for its sharp handling and precise cornering, so it could have a slight edge on a track like Brands Hatch Indy. Meanwhile, Miku Bokast with the Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4 is no slouch either, but might rely more on raw power. It could be a close one, but my gut is telling me that the Porsche might edge out a win here, especially in a technical track like this. Of course, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see how this plays out. Alright everyone, it's the startup Brands Hatch Indian King Chu 22 has snagged pole position in a 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4. Looks like he's bringing the thunder right from the front. Let's see if he can hold that lead. King Chu 22 is leading the race with Amy right behind in second place. Quiz 44 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Miku Broadcast and Lokjong 7 are neck and neck for fourth place. Aminsan just gained one spot and is now in sixth. The Grantan Chanter and Aminsan are also fighting hard for sixth. Miku Broadcast is climbing up to fourth place. Aminsan is also moving up to fifth. Senyahima and a better bloke are locked in a close fight for 12th. Senyahima and a better bloke are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Oscar Wolf just gained one position to move into 16. Oscar Wolf and Josh Byosh are nose to nose for 15. Aminsan just overtook someone to climb to fourth place. Maya is also making moves, now in 7th. Vigrantan Chantar and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Senyahima just overtook Popcorn Slayer and is now in 11th place. They're still neck and neck, so this battle isn't over yet. Lokjong 7 is driving a Porsche 718 Cayman GT 4 Touring. They're currently in fourth place, so they're holding a solid position but haven't quite broken into the top 3 yet. Lokjong 7 is holding a slight edge over Miku Broadcast, but Miku Broadcast is closing in fast. It's a tight battle, and the final laps will decide who takes the win. Amy is in third place driving a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4. She's holding her position well but is a bit behind the leaders. Amy and Aminsan are nose to tail for third place. Lokjong 7 and Miku Broadcast are also fighting hard for 5th. Lokjong 7 just nudged into 5th place. Miku Broadcast and Lokjong 7 are nose to tail for that 5th spot. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to 14th. Miku Broadcast is climbing up to 5th place. Maya is also moving up to 6th. Lokjong 7 and Maya are nose to nose for 6th place. Anarchy 6 just climbed one spot to 16. Now, Anarchy 6 and Josh Byosh are nose to nose for 15. This is getting spicy. Aminsan just overtook someone to grab third place. Maya is also climbing up one spot to be 5th. Miku Broadcast and Maya are nose to nose for 5th position, so expect some fireworks soon. Miku Broadcast and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Dank Nuggins has gained one spot and is now 9th. Senyahima is climbing 2 spots and is now 10th. Quiz 44 is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4i. They're currently in second place and have the second fastest lap time, so their race looks pretty solid so far. Abeta Bloke just overtook Relaxed View and is now in 11th place. They're nose to nose in that tight battle for 11th. Josh Bush is racing a 27.7 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. He's currently in the 16th place, holding steady, but not making much noise in the top 10. Dank Nuggins is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, the gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Abeta Bloke is climbing up to 10th place. Josh Bjosh and Oscar Wolf are locked in a fierce duel for 14th position. Josh Bjosh has moved up one spot to take the 14th place. Josh Bjosh and Popcorn Slayer are nose to tail for the 13th place. Well, look at that. King Chu, 22, claiming victory again. Guess they're just too good for the rest of us. Congratulations on the win. Wow, King Chu 22, you did it. Congratulations on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Amundsen, you really outdid yourself. You snagged the fastest lap, so you get yourself a shiny 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. But wait, you also let in overtakes. So you basically earned 2 cars today. Looks like you're the driver of the day. Well done. Sure. Yeah. Did you know that the Vallelonga Club track is actually built on an old airfield? That's right. It used to be a military airport before it turned into this racing paradise. It might explain why the layout has that super open and fast feel, almost like flying through the sky in a really speedy airplane. Well, with both drivers flying blind and neither of us knowing much about their skills, this race is pretty much a coin flip. It's like trying to guess which cookie is going to be better without tasting either. I'd say it's going to come down to who can handle the track better, or maybe just who has the most luck today. Should be interesting to see who comes out on top. Alright folks, the race is underway at Vallelonga Club, and Lynn Lilac is starting strong on pole. She's in the 2012 supercar, so she's got a bit of vintage flair but hopefully plenty of speed to keep her ahead. Let's see if she can hold that position. Lilac is taking an early lead. Flaming Buddha is right behind in second, and Frogsworth is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Amy is climbing fast now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Frogsworth has gained 1 spot, now in 2nd. Stephen Brinkley and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for 4th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Gliding Penguin is now in 3rd place. Meg's Boring Life has climbed to 7th. Gernster Tegamen in 1000 is now in 11th. Emerald Tick 988 is currently in 12th place, so they're hanging around the middle of the pack. Their car is a 2012 supercar, just like everyone else. Looks like they're not making any big moves yet, but plenty of race left to spice things up. J.D. Anburn is in 16th place, driving a 2012 supercar. Looks like she's hanging in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Their Rizal just overtook someone to take 5th place. Amy is closing in on Mission Man. They're battling for 8th. Things are heating up at the back. Mission Man is in 6th place with a fastest lap of 0:51.726. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite quick enough to break into the top 5. Mission Man just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Amy and Mission Man are still neck and neck for 8th. Captain Trippy and Maya are trading positions for 13th. Gliding Penguin is now in 2nd place. Le Roussel and Flaming Buddha are still neck and neck for 4th. Meg's Boring Life has climbed to 6th. Meg's Boring Life is in 7th place with a fastest lap of 50.443 seconds. Their car is holding steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're just trying to stay in the game. Vodka Morning is on the rise, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gemaster Tegamen 1000 is closing in, moving up 4 spots to 8. I'm making a move, climbing 3 places to 10th. Mission Man is on fire, now in 1st place after overtaking 14 cars. Amy is also making moves, climbing to 4th after overtaking 13. Emerald Tick 988 is having a tough time, dropping back 8 spots to 17. Le Roussel is on the move, climbing 3 places to 5th. Emerald Tick 988 is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th. Then Lilac has just taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Gliding Penguin Frogsworth are nose to nose for 2nd place. Vodka Morning is chipping away at Meg's Boring Life's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Mighty Chunk just climbed 1 spot and is now in 11th. Maya is in 10th place with a fastest lap of 48.645 seconds. Her car is a 2012 supercar, and she's holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid mid-pack run so far. Flaming Buddha is closing in on Gliding Penguin. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Captain Trippy is also on the move, up 1 spot to 11th. Amy is currently in the 16th place with a fastest lap of 51.17 seconds. Her car is a 2012 supercart, and she started in 11th. Looks like she's struggling a bit with pace today. Congratulations, Linlila. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest around. Who knew winning was your thing? Wow, Lynn Lilac really pulled off an amazing victory. Congrats on that fantastic win. Looks like the AI knew who the boss was today. Great job! Sure, here's a fun fact for you. The Autodromo de Antioquia track is known for its surprisingly challenging turns, especially considering it's tucked away in a mountainous region. It's like driving through a roller coaster but with more speed and less screaming. The elevation changes really keep the drivers on their toes, making every lap a little adventure. Who knew a track in Colombia could be so dramatic? Wow! Amy seems to be a real seasoned pro with those stats, even if rank 19 isn't quite top of the charts. Beats with Kef doesn't give us much to go on, so honestly, I'd probably lean toward Amy just because she's got way more experience under her belt. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe Kev has a secret trick up its virtual sleeve. Let's see how this one unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Autodromo de Antioquia. Joey Pastrami is starting on pole in the Formula Junior 1970 class, driving a vintage 1972 Estonia 18. Let's see if that classic magic can hold him at the front. Joey Pastrami has shot off the line to take the lead. Vinha 17 is right behind in second place, and Wolf of Eco is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Vinha 17 and Joey Pastrami are neck and neck for first place. Lady Gami just gained 1 spot to move into fourth. Lady Gami and Wolf of Eco are fighting hard for third. Lady Gami and Wolf of Ako are nose to tail for third place. Justin Gilks is climbing up to fifth. Kalmetwi is inching into seventh. Kalmetwi and Beats with Kev are locked in a close fight for sixth. Lady Gami just snuck into third place, leaving Wolf of Eco in a rearview mirror. Beats with Kev is climbing up to fifth, making things interesting behind them. The battle for third is heating up, and the top five are all bunched together. Wolf of Echo is now in third place, climbing one spot. Lady Gami and Wolf of Echo are still battling closely for third. Amy has moved up one spot into seventh. Nulavi is in ninth place, driving a 1972 Estonia 18. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wolf of Eco just overtook Lady Gami, and now they are battling for third place. Lady Gami is not giving up easily though. They are staying close. Beats with Kef is climbing up to fourth place. Jesting Gilks and Lady Gami are nose to nose for fifth. Jesting Gilks and Amy are nose to tail for sixth place. Asioroni is inching closer to the top 10. Justin Gilks is in fourth place, driving a 1972 Estonia 18. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Joey Pastrami is leading in a 1972 Estonia 18. A classic Formula Junior 1970 car. Looks like they're holding the pace well and maintaining a solid lead. The track seems to be favoring the front runners with a clear gap, while the middle and back are tightly packed, likely making overtakes tricky and risky. K. Krishk is currently in the 12th place, just behind the top 10 kid. Their car is a 1972 Estonia 18, same as most of the field. Looks like a steady race. No major moves from them yet. Amy is in 8th place with her 1972 Estonia 18. Her race looks like a non-event so far, stuck behind some slower cars. Kakrish is in the 13th position, just ahead of Nulavai. Their fastest lap is 1:55.744, so they're holding a decent pace, but still trying to find that extra edge. Asuroni is in the 11th position, with a fastest lap of 1 minute 56 seconds and a half. Their car is a 1972 Estonia 18. Just slightly slower than the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but no major moves yet. Krishk is right behind Epic Sugar now, closing the gap to just a second. They're locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Nulavi is gaining on Aminsan, chipping away at the lead by almost 2 seconds. Justin Gilks is driving a 1972 Estonia 18 in the Formula Junior 1970 class. He's currently in 6th place, but his fastest lap is slower than the leaders, so he's probably struggling to keep up with the top pack. Aminsan just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th place. Epic Sugar and Amundsen are nose to tail fighting for that 12th position. Lady Gami is in 5th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute 53 seconds and 26 milliseconds. Their car is a 1972 Estonia 18, just a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the top 3. Maya is currently in 10th place with a fastest lap of 1:52.528. Her car is a 1972 Estonia 18, and she's staying relatively competitive, but she's got 1972 Estonia 18, and he's been consistent but not quite quick enough to crack the top 5. Looks like he's holding his ground but not making big moves. Beatswickef is holding a slight lead over Amy, but the gap is minimal. Amy is right behind and could pounce if Kev slips up. The final lap will be interesting. Wow! Joey Pastrami took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest. Nice job! Wow, Joey Pastrami really showed those other cars who's boss. Great job! Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1970 Porsche 917. AHO would probably have the edge on a circuit like Denver's Pepsi Center track. It's got that perfect mix of speed and handling, plus a history of dominating endurance races. The Ferrari 512s are sleek and fast too. But I think the Porsche's aerodynamics and engineering would give it a slight advantage in this kind of environment. And of course, since we were talking AI racing, the car with the most consistent performance and best handling is likely to come out on top. Ooh, what a showdown. Delfinate Beast with the classic Porsche 917 LH versus Akvaitis Ferrari 512M. Both these cars are legends from their era. But the Porsche is known for its incredible speed and agility, especially on straights. The Ferrari is a fantastic contender, famous for its sleek design and sharp handling. Given the track as in Denver's Penfolds, Alright folks, the race is underway at the Denver Pepsi Center. Leading the pack at the start is Delphine the Beast in a slick 1970 Porsche 917 LH. Right on pole position. Buckle up! This is going to be interesting. Delphine the Beast has taken an early lead. Akvaiti is holding strong in second place. Pumpkino Flurry is currently in third, trying to keep up. Tangaducky TTV just nudged into 8th place. Agrit's 34 and Tangaducky TTV are nose to tail for 8. La Croissant 1980 is climbing 2 spots to 11. La Croissant 1980 and Cheese and Dashauer are locked in a close fight for 10. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 10th place. Lemon Cult Games is now in 13th. Looks like they're both on a roll. Lemon Cult Games is driving a 1966 Jaguar X J13 ton. Their race looks steady but not spectacular, currently in the 13th place. Tangaducky TTV is climbing up to 7th place. Necrophantasm and Tangaducky TTV are nose to nose, fighting for that spot. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap. Pumpkin Offlery and Maya are still neck and neck for 3rd. Necrophantasm has moved up to 7th, making some progress. Adden Flash and Pumpkin Offlery are neck and neck for 4th place. Vodka Morning and Shizen Dashauer are fighting it out for 11th. Yadi Anburn just gained 1 spot, now in 15th. Adnan Flash is climbing to 4th place. Amy is closing in on Pumpkin Offlery and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Vodka Morning is moving up to 11th place. J.D. Anburn is driving a Lola T70 Mark on E4 from 1966 started. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in 15th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Strutting Jarl is driving a 1966 Jaguar X J13, a classic race car. They are currently in 16th place, way behind the leaders, and their lap time isn't even recorded. Looks like the race isn't going well for them. Adden Flash is racing a 1970 Ferrari 512 Escoda Lunga Tal. They're currently in 5th place, but their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders at 1:18.8. Looks like a steady but not blazing pace so far. Is currently in 3rd place with the Lola T70 Mark I Isuda. She's been quick with her best lap of 1:16.714, which is the fastest among the prototypes from 1970. Looks like she's pushing hard to stay ahead of the Ferrari and Porsche behind her. Vodka Moneng just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Yada Anburn and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 13th place. Tangadaki, DTV, and Amy are neck and neck for 7th place. Jade Anburn just gained 1 spot to move into 13th. Lemon Cult Games and Jade Anburn are fighting hard for the 13th position. Admin Flash is closing the gap on me, shaving off over a second. Tangadaki TTV is climbing up to 7th place. Looks like Amy and Tangadaki TTV are about to turn this into a real showdown for 7th. Necrophantasm and Pumpkin Flurry are neck and neck for 5th place. Vodka Morning is chipping away at Amy, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Porsche 917 LH from 1971. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the front runners. Wow, Belthane the Beast, you really sped past the competition. Nice job claiming the top spot. Wow, Belthane the Beast, you really tore up the track today. Congrats on taking the victory, you earned it. And for the drivers here, Maya managed to snag the fastest lap, so she gets to claim the stunning 1969 Lola T70 Mark No Subit. Now, I hope you're all ready to fight for your chance at winning your own shiny new car next time. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. You don't want to miss out on the chance to root for your top choice. The countdown is almost over, so make your selection now or forever hold your peace. Ah, what a classic showdown. On one side, we've got Beyond Two Dark Souls piloting a vintage 1965 Brabham BT7, a real beauty with some serious racing history. On the other, Ovidus is in a 1961 Cooper T55, which is respectable but perhaps a tad less aggressive. Considering Circuit Ledinon's twists and turns, I'd say the Brabham has the edge with its slightly more modern design and aerodynamics, even if both cars are from the early days of racing. My bet, the Brabham might just slide into the lead and stay there. But hey, in classic cars, anything can happen. Let's see who dares to push harder today. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Circuit Lebanon. Aerotech is starting on pole in the F1 1960 class, piloting a classic 1965 Lotus 33. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Aerotech has shot off the line and taken the lead. I'm holding second place just behind them. Dank Nuggins is in third, trying to find a way around. The race is already heating up. Maya has just taken the lead and is now in first place. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer has moved up one spot to 12. Velocito 14 and Gaming Toe Fight Cancer are nose to nose for 12th place. Amy just climbed one spot to 7. Velocito 14 is gaining 2 spots and now sits in 11. Jax in the Box and Velocito 14 are nose to nose for 11th place. Dank Nuggins just gained 1 spot and is now in second place. Ovidas also moved up 1 spot, settling into 8. Jax in the Box made a nice jump of 2 spots and is now in 10th. Velocito 14 is on a tear, overtaking 15 cars to grab the lead. Maya and Velocito 14 are nose-to-tail fighting for first. LN 656 and Mafia Mavi are locked in a close duel for 12. Maya has just overtaken Dank Nuggins to take the lead. Dank Nuggins is not giving up easily and is right on her tail. The race for first is heating up with both racers pushing hard. Aerotech is now in first place. Ovidos has climbed to 6th. Yaxin de Box is in 9th. Chubby Boy RJ is driving a Ferrari 1512, which is known for its power and agility. They are currently in 16th place, so the race isn't going their way, but there's plenty of time to make moves. Maya is slicing through the track, closing in on Dank Nuggins by another 1.4 seconds. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to 10th place. LN 656 and Asuroni are locked in a fierce duel for 11th. Asuroni just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Mafia Mavia and Asuroni are nose to tail fighting for 10th. Velocito 14 is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. LN 656 is on a roll, overtaking 11 cars to claim the lead. Aerotech and LN 656 are nose to nose for first place. Beyond Two Dark Souls and its Aurora are locked in a close fight for 5th. Dank Nuggins is holding strong in first place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is trying to defend that 3rd spot, but Maya is closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Aerotech is right behind, and they are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. Beyond Two Dark Souls just overtook a car and is now in 3rd place. Maya is right behind, closing the gap. This is turning into a fun little duel. Maya and Sarah are nose to tail for 4th place. Velocitor 14 is chopping down the distance to Nyarlathotep 98, now just a second behind. Velocitor 14 is closing in on Nyarlathotep 98 fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Itsarura has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Ovidos is also up 1 position, now 5th. Aerotech is now in 1st place. Maya has climbed to 4th. Jex in the box is closing in on Miyazuzu, cutting the gap by a second. The two are battling it out for 8th place. Wow, Dank Nuggins took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their winning smile. Well done. Wow, Dank Nuggins really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations. That was some top-tier driving from them. Looks like they're the one to watch in this race. Well-deserved win for sure. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1995 Lola T9500 might have the edge. It's built with a focus on aerodynamics and handling, especially suited for a demanding track like Road Atlanta GP. The Penske PC23 is solid too, but historically, the Lola had a bit more agility in tight corners. The Reynard 95i is no slouch either, but I think the Lola might just have the slight advantage in this battle of the vintage open-wheel classics. Wow, with Amy's track record, it's like she's practically the queen of racing. Over 1,000 wins out of nearly 2,000 races is pretty impressive. I'd say she's got a bit of an edge here, especially seeing as the other driver's info is pretty scarce. Unless the Facey 4 pulls a surprise out of nowhere, I bet on Amy to take this one. But hey, that's what makes it fun to watch, right? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Road Atlanta. King 222 is starting on pole, cruising in a 1995, Reynard 95, Wynard 95. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the others are planning an upset. King Chu 22 has taken an early lead. Justin Gilks is right behind in second, and Aussie 22 is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Justin Gilks and King Chu 22 are nose to tail at the front. Geogun Miracles just nudged into third place. Aussie LDU 2002 and Geogun Miracles are swapping paint for third. Pumpkin of Glory just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Aussie 2002 and Pumpkin of Glory are nose to nose for 4th. High Mize is climbing up to 7th. Justin Gilks and King Chu 22 are nose to tail for the lead. Pumpkin of Glory and Aussie 22 are still locked in a close fight for 4th. Dallas Australia is climbing up to 10th place, making the move. Geogino Miracles just overtook someone to take 2nd place. JD Anburn is climbing up to 11. TT61 and Bethralene are locked in a close fight for 14. Amy just gained a spot, now in 24th place. Henfatig and Skoza Obzas are nose to nose for 26th. Relaxed View and Zinyahima are neck and neck for 19th place. Cthulhukachu just gained 1 spot and is now in 29th. Cthulhukachu and JC Productions are fighting hard for 28th. Pumpkin of Glory and Aussie U22 are nose to nose for 4th place. Pace CRR just slipped into the top 30, climbing 1 spot high. Jesse Yokes is climbing to 2nd place. Neotexum and Relaxed View are nose to nose for 20th. Henfatig and Skoza Obzu are locked in a close fight for 26th. Geogino Miracles is climbing up to 2nd place. Zikopal has also gained 1 spot, now in 7th. Haimais and Zikopal are nose to tail for 7th. Haimais just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Sanyahima and Rumif is 13, are nose to nose for 18. Henfatig and Skozarabs are fighting hard for 26th. Dr. Keeps away and JD and Byrne are nose-to-nose for 11th place. D. Toxins and Amy are locked in a close fight for 24th. Aussie Dwutonen 2 just snuck into 3rd place. Quiz 44 and Neotexum are nose-to-nose for 21st. Scozer-Ups and Detoxins are locked in a close fight for 25th. Justin Gopes is climbing to 3rd place. Tales of Strilly and Bleach Map C are locked in a close fight for 9th. Quiz 44 is advancing to 21st. Maya and Wanga 107, 272, are nose-to-nose for the 16th spot. Amy is inching forward, claiming the 23rd position. Rumi of this team is holding off Maya by a hair in the fight for 17th place. Scozer-Ups and Detoxins are neck and neck for 25th. JC Productions and Henfatic are locked in a close duel for 27th. Wow! Kim22, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, King22 just took the victory. Congratulations on that awesome win. You really showed everyone how it's done. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you won the bet race. So you get to take home a 1995 Lola Teen 9500 from the IndyCar scene. Nice job, Amy. Well, here's a fun fact for you. The NASCAR cars in 1980 were actually still heavily influenced by traditional stock cars, but they started to see the beginnings of more specialized racing modifications. It was like watching a classic car try to keep up with a modern monster truck. The 1980s marked the start of more streamlined designs and performance tweaks that would pave the way for the high-speed thrill rides we see today. Pretty cool to think of those old-school machines laying the groundwork for today's adrenaline-fueled battles on the track. Well, with both drivers being a mystery at the moment, this is more of a game of chance than skill. Since they're both driving the same car on the same track, it could come down to who has the better luck, or maybe just a slight edge in driving style. I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'll be rooting for whoever manages to stay on the track longest without turning it into a roll cage. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Jill and Wolf is starting up front in a classic 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix. Let's see if Old School can keep up with the new tricks today. Jill Wolf is leading the race, followed closely by Silver Bee Gaming in second place, and Batsmar holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Marja Koblech is making a charge, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Flanky Frankie is climbing steadily, now in 5th after moving up 1 spot. Shotskis is also on the move, now in 6th after gaining 2 positions. Celestia Linari is climbing to 11th place. Adenflesh is now in 13th. Maya is inching up to 15th. Looks like everyone's eager to move forward today. Kickus Lady X3 just moved up 1 spot to 16th place. They 39 and Kickus Lady X3 are nose to tail fighting for that same spot. Daeyeon just overtook Kickus Lady X3 and is now in 16th place. Kickus Lady X3 is not giving up easily, staying close behind. Silver Gaming and D. Joan Wolf are nose to tail at the front. Kickus Lady X3 just gained a spot and is now in the 16th position. Yihide and Kickus Lady X3 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Silver Gaming and D. Joan Wolf are nose to tail for 1st place. Vine and Kickus Lady X3 are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Cobraco is driving a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix, just like everyone else. They're currently in 5th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly making waves. Kickus Lady X3 is currently in 16th place driving the 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite making moves yet. Betsma and Silver Gaming are nose to tail for 2nd place. Cobraco just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Cobraco and Shotskis are fighting hard for 6th. Cobraco is climbing fast to take 5th place. Flanky Frankie and Cobraco are nose to tail for 5th. Maria Koblech is making a move to take 7th. Shotskis just overtook someone to move up to 7th place. Ren Kaori and James Mayo are nose to nose for 9th. Ovidus and Mr. Rosh are still locked in a close fight for 19th. Willow Shrub is in 23rd place with the fastest lap of 1 minute, 28 seconds, and 621 milliseconds. Their car is a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix from the NASCAR 1980 class. Looks like they're holding a decent pace but struggling to move up. Betsma's holding a strong position in 3rd and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely making a push. Betsma is trying to shake off Silva B Gaming but still stuck close. Shotskis and Flanky Frankie are nose to tail. No room for error. Betsma is climbing up to 2nd place now. Silverk Gaming and Betsma are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Shotskis is making a move, now in 6th place. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 2nd place. Detsma and Silva Gaming are nose-to-nose for second. Kick-Ass Lady X3 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Mr. Roche is in 18th place, with a fastest lap of 1:29.169. His car is a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix, just a bit behind the leaders. Looks like he's holding steady, but not making much progress. Ren Kaori and James Mayo are nose-to-tail for 9th place. Someone's creeping up on Just Seniti, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Wow, Gia Wolf took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Wow, Dijon Wolf, you really took that victory. Congrats on crushing the competition and proving you're the fastest out there. That's some seriously impressive driving. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Bahrain has some really fast sweeping turns and sharp hairpins that require precise control and agility. Power is important too, but without the ability to maintain high speeds through the curves, you might find yourself losing precious seconds. So, a car that can stick to the track and handle curves with finesse would be the star here. Oh wow, this is a classic battle. Both cars are from the same era, but each has its own charm and quirks. The Cooper T81B is known for its innovative rear engine design and nimbleness, while the Brabham B24 has a reputation for being a balanced and reliable race car. Given the Bahrain track's mix of sharp turns and long straights, I might lean toward the Brabham because it tends to perform well on longer circuit. But hey, with Bilthiel guy behind the wheel, anything could happen. He might just outsmart the car and make a surprise appearance in the top spots. So, who do I think will take it? I'd say the Brabham B24 has a slight edge, but don't count out the Cooper T81B to keep things interesting. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Bahrain with Mission Man on pole in a classic 1967 Ferrari 312. Let's see if vintage speed can beat the modern chaos. Mission Man is leading the race, followed closely by Dicey Chains in second place. The Futse E4 is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Maya is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bill the Old Guy is also making moves, climbing 3 spots to 15. Shiro Gamadesa is on the rise, moving up 1 position to 3rd. Meanwhile, Shiro Gamadesa and Daisei Kanes are locked in a close duel for 2nd place. Alan 656 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Anonymous Ninity 3 is making a charge, moving up 4 spots to 9th. Betsmar is on a mission, overtaking 5 cars to land in 11th. Shiro Gamarasa just sneaked into 3rd place. Shiro Gamarasa and Daisy Chains are nose to nose for 2nd. Alan 656 is chipping away at Bethralian's lead, now only 2.5 seconds behind. Bill the Old Guy is climbing up to 11th place. Betsmar and Bill the Old Guy are nose to nose for that spot. Ihave Exema is making a move, now 16. Maya is closing in on Anonymous 93, closing the gap by 1 second. The UArt is climbing up to 12th place. Wild Kevinona is moving up to 16th place. Daisy Shanes and Mission Man are nose to nose for the lead. The Fots 84 and Shiro Gamarda are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd. Emmer Pinkwolf is climbing up to 7th place, inching closer to the top 10. Daisy Shines and Mission Man are nose to tail for the lead. Alan 656 is climbing fast into 7. Bill the Old Guy is making his way into the top 10. Buart and Maya are nose to tail for 11th place. Dri 192 Bex just gained 1 spot and is now in 21st. Amy and Dri 192 Bex are close for the 20th spot. Your Instinct is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 19. Gary 17 is losing ground, dropping 7 places to 26. Tap Rendigan is gaining on the Fots 84, closing the gap by over a second. Wild Cavanone is climbing up to 13th place. Betsmar is now in 15th. Amy is making her way to 19th. Rob Sizzle is holding off Wild Cavanone by a car length for 13th place. Chosen's Coast and Betsmar are nose to tail for 15th. Bayuat and Maya are nose to tail for 11th place. Betsmar is inching forward to take 14th. Betsmar and Wild Cavanone are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Dri 192 Bex is closing in on Gary 17 fast, cutting the gap by 11.5 seconds. Bill the Old Guy is climbing up to 8th place. Maya and Anonymous Ninity 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Now Pinkwolf climbs to 8th place. The UR advances to 10th place. Wild Kevinone moves up to 11th place. Buart and Wild Kevinone are nose to nose for 10th. The Fox 84 is really having a tough time now in 11th place. Saprandigan is climbing steadily to 4th. The 3 Lean is also making moves up to 5th. The Fox 84 is really having a rough time dropping to 25th place. Daisy Shuns is making a move and now sits in 1st place. Filthy Old Guy is gaining on NR Pinkwolf, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Wild Kevin Ona climbs to 8th place. Rob Swizzle advances to 11th. Anonymous Unity 3 and Rob Swizzle are nose to nose for 11th. Dre 192X is racing a Honda RAR 300, a car known for its lightweight and agility. Looks like they're stuck in a time warp with that lap time, so the race isn't going well. Wow, Daisy Shanes really took the checkered flag? Looks like they're the one to beat now. Wow, what a spectacular finish. Congratulations to Dicey Chains for taking home the win. You totally earned that victory with some impressive driving skills. Can't wait to see if anyone can catch up next round. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since Dustbite Speedway probably has some tricky corners and uneven terrain that require precise control. Speed is important, but if the car can't stay glued to the track, it's not going to win. Acceleration matters too, because you want to make the most of those straightaways without losing grip on the turns. Overall, a balanced mix of responsive handling and decent speed would be my top priorities for conquering Dustbite Speedway. Alright folks, hurry up and make your choice. The clock is ticking, and we wouldn't want to miss out on the most epic AI race ever. Get those picks in before it's too late. Well, looking at those two, we've got Pavin Zero Guy cruising in a 2018 Volkswagen Golf R, which is quite a nimble and sporty hatchback. On the other hand, Cloudy's behind a 2015 Audi S1, which is also a lively little car, but a bit older. The Golf R has a reputation for being quick and versatile, especially on twists and turns, due to its modern engineering and turbo-charged engine. The Audi S1, while sporty, might be a touch less refined given the age difference, but it's still a strong contender. Considering the car's specs and their potential for handling, I'd give a slight edge to 5N0 Guy in the Golf R. Though of course, with AI driving, anything can happen. It's not like they're human drivers with nerves and ego. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Dustbite Speedway. Epic Sugar is on pole with that 2013 Ford Focus ST. So let's see how that slowpoke manages to hold the lead. Buckle up. Epic Sugar has taken the lead right out of the gate. Davin Games is holding strong in second place. Tyler Drums 31 is sitting comfortably in third, but there's plenty of time for the pack to catch up. Davin Games is now in first place. Celestia Linari has climbed to third. Simpler Markers has gained 2 spots and is now in fifth. Celestia Linari is climbing to second place. Billy is now in 6th. Hermit Media has moved into 7th. Tyler Drums 31 just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Epic Sugar and Tyler Drums 31 are nose to nose for 3rd. Hermit Media is climbing up to 6th. The Venceral Guy is making a move, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Simpler Markers and Epic Sugar are nose to nose fighting for 4th. Playdygami just climbed 1 spot to 9th. Playdygami and Billage are locked in a close duel for 8th. Screwchamp is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 12. Maya is making a push, overtaking 3 cars to land in 15. Stephen Brinkley is having a rough patch, dropping 6 places to 18. Celestia Linari just overtook, and is now in first place. Davin Games is trying to keep up but still a bit behind. Hermit Media and Epic Sugar are nose to nose for 5th. Hermit Media is climbing to 5th place. Playdygami is also moving up to 7th. Amy and Playdygami are battling hard for 7th. Hermit Media and Simple Markers are nose to nose for 4th place. Playdygami is chipping away at Epic Sugar's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Papa Cassie has gained 2 positions, now sitting in 11th. Rondom 69 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 26th place. Hermit Media and Simple Markers are locked in a close fight for 4th. Playdygami just gained 1 position to sit in 6th. Hermit Media is climbing to 4th place. Amy and Epic Sugar are still neck and neck for 7th. Bubote is advancing to 12th. Hey Rafael. Glad to see you back in the channel. We've got some crazy AI cars racing right now, so grab a seat and enjoy the chaos. Helmet Media advances to third place. Simpla Markers and Tyler Drums 31 are nose-to-nose for fourth. Platygami and Simple Markers are also swapping paint for fifth. Hamlet Media is closing in on SS Daven Games, shrinking the gap by 1 second. Platygami has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Platygami and Tyler Drums 31 are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Hermit Media is climbing up to 2nd place. S. Daven Games and Hermit Media are nose-to-nose for that spot. Platygami is also making moves, grabbing the 4th position. Platygami is closing in on SS Daven Games, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Simpla Markers is climbing up to 5th place. Amy is also making moves, now in 6th. Platygami is climbing fast into 2nd place. Tyler Drums 31 has moved up to 6th. Tyler Drums 31 and Simple Markers are nose-to-nose for 5th. Platygami is closing in on Celestial Inari, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Vetsmire is gaining on Epic Sugar, closing in by a second. Giraffe Kitten is climbing up to the 18th spot, making moves through the pack. Amy has just overtaken Simple Markers to move into 5th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Amy are now nose-to-nose fighting for 6th place. The race is heating up with close battles all around. Platygami is closing in on Celestial Inari, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Hinfatic and Papa KC are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. Blackbeard is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take 20th. Rondom 69 is charging up behind Billy, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 and Amy are locked in a fierce scrap for 6th place. Epic Sugar is creeping closer to Tyler Drums 31, chipping away at the gap by 2.1 seconds. Billy is gaining fast on Blackbeard, closing the gap by 7.5 seconds. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is making a move on Rondom 69, chipping away at 5 seconds. Platygami is inching closer to Celestial Inari, just over a second behind. Platinum Mera is closing in on Rondom 69 with an 8.9 second gap. Hermit Media has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Hermit Media and Celestial Inari are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. SS Daven Games is climbing up to 3rd place. Platygami and S. Daven Games are nose-to-nose for that spot. Amy is advancing to 5th place. Wow, Celestial Inari just took the victory. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Celestial Inari really dominated that race. Congratulations. I guess all that virtual racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do next. Sure thing. The 1970 Lola T70 Mark Onu EBGT was actually a racing beast designed for endurance events, and it was known for its sleek, aerodynamic shape. Fun fact is it was so fast and nimble that it often outperformed some of the more modern cars in its class, despite being over 50 years old now. It's like the classic rock of race cars, timeless and still turning heads on the track. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage Porsche legends. The 1970 Porsche 917K is known for its sleek design and speed, but the 1971 Porsche 917 LH has that extra bit of endurance and maybe a slight edge in handling. Since we're racing at Atlanta Motorsports Park, which has a mix of tight corners and fast straights, I'd lean towards the 1970 Porsche 917K for its balanced performance. But hey, don't count out the 1971-1917 LH just yet, because sometimes those long-tail variants are surprisingly agile. It's definitely going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race is off at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Leading the pack from the very start is Rafael in a shiny 1971 Ferrari 512 M, taking the pole position in the prototype's 1970 class. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. Right at the start, Rafael is leading the pack, holding a solid first place. Behind him, Chubby Panda is in second, trying to keep up. Balsamic Vinto 83 is in third, hanging tight but already a bit behind the front runners. Maya and Red Zero Activi Vixen are nose to tail in fifth place. Amin-san just overtook someone to claim ninth. Yaki Ramen is climbing up to 12th, inching closer to the front. Maya is holding strong in 6th place. Baco Grande is creeping up to 11th. Tangradaki TTV is right on Epic Sugar's tail, closing the gap by a second and a half. Chubby Panda is holding a solid lead, but Balsamic Vint 283 is right behind, and could pounce if he slips. It's a tight race so far. Yaki Ramen and Bacho Grande are nose to tail for 12th place. Amy just gained a spot to 8th. Dr. Felix is inching closer to the top 20, now in 21st. Ready Sarah Activa Vixen is really having rough time, dropping 10 places to 15th. Maya is climbing steadily up to 5th. Telescope Beam is also making moves up to 6th. Tangbudaki DTV is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 14. Maya and Airfael are nose to tail for 4th. Amin-san and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Amy is really having a tough time, dropping back to 13. Maya is climbing up to 4th, slowly but surely. Amin-san is inching forward to 7th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Tangbudaki TTV is closing in on the top 10, now in 13th. Jade Anburn is right behind, in 14th. Amy is battling to regain ground after dropping to 21st. Tangbudaki TTV is closing in on Roger Burr 302, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Penny 3 is climbing up 1 spot to take the 18th place. Radi Zero Activa Vixen is stuck in 5th place with a time of 99.99.9, which suggests her car might be having issues, or she's just taking a break. The race for her is pretty much on hold. Jade Anburn is inching closer to Tangbudaki TTV, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Dr. Felix is also making a move on Epic Sugar, same gap reduction. Punny 3 and Basket and PV are nose to tail for 17th place. Tangbudaki TTV is hot on Roger Burr 302's tail now. Nafyama V just jumped a spot to 18. Filthy Old Guy is closing in on Panny 3, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Aria Serial is racing a 1966 McLaren M1B. They're currently in 15th place, just ahead of the Porsche 909 Bergspider driven by Jade Anburn. Looks like a steady but not spectacular run so far. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Porsche and Lola models, causing some unexpected position shifts and overtakes. Oxwell is driving a Lola T70 Mark I from 1969. They're currently in 8th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute 27 seconds. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Wow! Rafael took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest of the pack. Well done! Wow! Congratulations to Rafael. You really drove that race like a champion. Well done. And for you, Maya, with the most overtakes, you can proudly claim the 1971 Ferrari 512M. Nice work out there, both of you. Here's a fun fact for you about the 1977 Aston Martin V8 Vantage. This beauty was one of the rarest Aston Martins ever made, with only around 42 units produced. That makes it almost as exclusive as finding a parking spot right up front at a crowded mall. It was also known for its incredible power at the time, capable of reaching speeds that made it a true beast on the road. Basically, it's the kind of car that makes you feel like you're driving a piece of exclusive British automotive history. Impressive, and a little intimidating. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car is going to dominate the race. Hurry up! Ooh, this is a classic battle of the vintage beasts. The Vector W8 is known for its raw power and unique design. But the Jaguar X J220 is no slouch with its sleek aerodynamics and speed. Given the Mugello track, which favors handling and speed, I think the Jaguar might have a slight edge. But who knows? Maybe the Vector's brute strength will surprise us. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Mugello, and look at that. Bjorn Art is starting on pole with a sleek 2020 BMW M8 Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the others will chase him down. Bjorn Art has shot off the line to take the lead. Aminsan is holding strong in second place, while Samboard Bowie is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already brewing behind them. Akvaithi is climbing fast to take third place. Samboard Boy and Akvaithi are nose to nose for third. Zademoji Jamis is inching up to fifth. Aussie 2002 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 10th place. Spackles and Stankit are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Adanut 44 is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 13th. Aden at 44 and Ivexima are locked in a close duel for 12. Akvaiti just gained one spot and is now in second place. Aussie 2 has moved up 2 spots and is now in 8. Dongad Sontavi and I are locked in a close fight for 9. Maya and Aussie 2002 are nose to tail for 8th place. Ihavexema just nudged up to 11. Beyond Fu Dark Souls and Ihavexema are locked in a fierce fight for 11. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls moved up 1 spot to 11. Ihavexema and Beyond Fu Dark Souls are nose to nose for 11. Filthy Old Guy is on the move, climbing to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Beats with Kef is not far behind, also moving up 4 spots to 22nd. Radiv Zerolf is making a charge, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 24th. Amy is on a roll, climbing 12 places to take 17th. Akvaiti just nudged into the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Zademoji James is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Yakiraman is on a roll, climbing to 12th place. Liam is catching up, now 16. Cloudy is making a move, now 24. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Spikills and Maya are now nose to nose for that position. Filthy Old Guy is chopping down the gap to Beleskopine by 1.3 seconds. Bill Kai and Beleskopine are locked in a close fight for 20th. Yonart is closing in on Akvaiti, the gap shrinking by 1.6 seconds. They are in a fierce fight for the top spot. Betsma has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Betsma and Aussie 2002 are locked in a close duel for 8th place. Aminsan just sneaked into 2nd place. Sunboard Boy is chipping away at Seda Mojijames, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Aussie 2002 is climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Stankit is really having a rough time, dropping 12 places to 28. Betsma is climbing steadily, just 1 behind in 6th. Aussie 2002 and Betsma are nose to tail for that 6th spot. Looks like a battle to watch. Betsma is closing in on Sunboard Bowie, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Maya is gaining on Aussie 2002, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Yakiraman is moving up 1 spot to take 10th place. Betsma is closing in on Sunboard Bowie, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Yakiraman is climbing up to 9th place. Ihavexema is moving into 10th position. Betsmar is really closing in on Sunboard Bowie, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Donghetsonha 3 and Beyond 2 Dark Souls are neck and neck for the 14th spot. Tales of Sterling and Cloudy are also fighting hard for the 22nd position. Wow, Akvathi just took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the one to beat now. Well done. Wow, Akvathi really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. That was a fantastic race and you totally deserved that victory. Way to go and make the rest of the cars look like they're standing still. Well, fun fact about the Alastaro Sprint short track is that it's known for its tight turns and quick bursts of speed, making it the perfect place for AI cars to really show off their handling skills. It's like a roller coaster for racing cars, where the laps fly by faster than you can say pole position. So, expect some dramatic overtakes and maybe a few AI surprises today. Hey Crazy Fingerson, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you return just in time for some epic AI car races. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Alright, so Crazy Fingerson has quite the experience with 155 races under their belt, though their win rate is a bit on the modest side at around 12%. That kind of consistency suggests they know their way around the track but maybe aren't always the luckiest, or perhaps they face tough competition. On the other hand, Architect is a bit of an unknown entity here, which makes it a gamble. Sometimes those hidden gems surprise us, and other times they just crash and burn because they haven't had the same level of practice. Given the info, I'd lean towards Crazy Fingerson. Experience counts, even if the win rate isn't stellar. But hey, with both in the same car at the same track, anything can happen. Buckle up, folks, this could be a close one. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Alastaro Sprint short track, and Buffa 19 is starting on pole in a 2006 Skip Barber Formula 2000. Looks like they've got the early advantage, but anything can happen in these AI races. Buffini 19 has shot off the line to take the lead. Atelier Taurius is holding strong in second place. And right behind it's Maya in third, trying to find a way around. Atelier Taurius takes the lead at the front. Crazy Fingers On climbs to third place. Maya is right behind Crazy Fingerson, and the fight for third is heating up. Indus Platinum is climbing fast, now in fourth place. Maya and Indus Platinum are neck and neck for that spot. Blackbeard is making a move, now in 11th. Maya and Indus Platinum are neck and neck for fourth place. Ashenerton is sneaking up to 15th. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into fourth place. Indus Platinum is holding strong right behind her, making it a close fight for that position. Meanwhile, Ashenerton and the Empress are neck and neck for the 13th spot, keeping it interesting. Naturally Unlucky and Someone are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Ashenerton just gained one spot, and is now in the 13th position. Death Empress and Ashenerton are also close for the 13th spot. Shikamaru just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Shikamaru and the other driver are nose to tail for 9th. Rose Hours and Death Empress are locked in a close fight for 14. Someone just gained one spot and is now in 9th place. Shikamaru and another racer are nose to tail for 9th. Rose Hours is climbing up to 14th. The Empress is in the 12th place with a fastest lap of 19.969. Their car is a 26 Skip Barber Formula 2000, and it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. The Empress is in the 15th place with a fastest lap of 19.969. Their car is holding steady but not quite matching the pace of the leaders. Looks like a quiet race so far. The Skip Barber cars are evenly matched, so driver skill and race strategy are making the real difference. The short track keeps overtakes tight and intense, so staying consistent is key. Maya is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly pushing hard. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Cherokee Kitten is currently in the 16th place with a fastest lap of 1:8:30 to 1. Their race seems steady but not quite enough to move up much. Maya is leading and has the fastest lap, so she's clearly in control. Just needs to hold it together for the final lap. Ashenerton is in the 13th position driving a 2006 Skip Barber Formula 2000. Their fastest lap is 17.524. so they're holding a decent pace but still fighting to move up. Day Empress is in the 12th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute and 7 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Amy is in 16th place with a fastest lap of 1:7.428. Her car is a 26 Skip Barber Formula 2000, just a bit behind the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to move up. Wow! Utterly Artorias really took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congrats on the win! Wow, Utterly Artorias, you absolutely crushed it! Congratulations on that victory. You definitely earned the win today. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. That's no easy feat and shows you've got some serious skill behind the wheel, even if it's virtual. And Crazy Fingerson, you also took the bet race, so you get to claim that slick 2006 Skip Barber Formula 2000. Nice job to both of you! Who's ready for the next race? Here's a fun fact for you about the 2005 Renault Clio 3 RS 197. This little hatchback was known for its impressive handling and sporty feel, despite its compact size. It was actually one of the first hot hatches to come with a limited slip differential straight from the factory, giving it an extra edge on twisty roads and corners. Though in the world of small cars, it was kind of like the little engine that could, but with a sporty twist. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hurry up before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which vehicle dominates the race. It's now or never, so make your move before the countdown ends. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. Yaxinda Box, with the 1998 Mitsubishi 3000 GT VR4, has some serious turbocharged muscle, but the Honda Civic Type R, that's a lightweight, nimble little devil. On a track like Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Vintage, where corners and handling matter just as much as straight line speed, I'd say Yaxinda Box has the edge in raw power. But don't count out Stank It with that agile Civic, especially if it can weave through turns efficiently. If I had to place a bet based on these cars, I'd lean slightly toward Yaxinda Box taking the win, because that VR4 is a bit of a beast. Still, this race feels like it could surprise us in the twisty sections. We'll see. Alright folks, the race is on at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez vintage track. And Crazy Fingerson is starting on pole in a classic 1998 Chevrolet Camaro SS. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its ground. Crazy Fingerson has taken an early lead, followed closely by Alex Chelchicek and Xtari Power in third. Looks like it's going to be a tight battle right from the start. Reinecke is on a roll, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pumpkin Ovgaries is making a move, passing 5 cars to reach 14th. It's their Aper and LXHAX Atwetat are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Jarting Jarl and Stanket are nose to tail for 10th place. Givenzerogai is inching up to 11th. Team Tinatea and Fivenzerogai are locked in a close fight for 12th. Strutting Jarl is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take 8th place. Reinecke and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for 8th. Givenzerogai is inching up, now in 11th. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 6th place. Maya and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for 5th. Team Tinatea is inching closer to the top 10. Rumi Fizetine is climbing up to 15th place. HP Lootcraft is also making progress, now in 19th. Both are inching forward. Jacinda Box and Reinecke are nose to nose for 9th place. Pumpkin Ovgary is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. Beyond Two Dark Souls is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC, which is known for its nimbleness and sharp handling. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably trying to find a way past some traffic. Strutting Jarl is climbing nicely to 5th place. Maya and Alan 656 are still neck and neck for 6th. Reinecke is inching up to 8th. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 4th place. Waifuana and Strutting Jarl are nose to nose for that spot. Maya is sneaking into 6th place, inching closer. Maya is gaining on Waifuan, closing the gap to just over a second. Amy and Jacinda Box are nose to nose for 10th place. Rummy Fizz 13 is closing in on Team Tinatea, inching closer by a second. Strutting Jarl is gaining on its Theraper fast, cutting the gap by over a second and a half. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Reinecke is closing in on 656, narrowing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Waifuana is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Maya Dodim. Team Tinatea is sneaking into the top 10. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Maya and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail, fighting for 4th. Rumiev is 13 and Jackson Dabox are locked in a close scrap for 12th. LAX XEI just took the lead from Crazy Fingerson, They're now battling for the top spot. Strutting Jarl is closing in on the top 3, moving up to 3rd place. Crazy Fingerson just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Strutting Jarl is chipping away at LXAXAXGX's lead, closing in by over a second. Pumpkin of Glory and Jackson Dabox are locked in a fierce duel for the 13th position. Strutting Jarl is closing in on LXHAXT, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Reinecki has climbed up to 6th place. Givenser Guy is now in 8th position after moving up 1 spot. Strutting Jarl is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Givenser Guy has also moved up 1 position and is now in 8th. Maya and Favinzero Guy are nose to tail for 7th place. Its Therapair is now in 3rd place. Team Chinatea is gaining on Alan 656, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Pumpkin of Glory has moved up to 12, climbing 1 spot. Team Tinatea is gaining on Alan 656, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 12. Jackson Debox is closing in on Pumpkin of Glory, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Crazy Fingerson, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Pumpkin of Glory is sneaking up on Amy with a 1.2 second difference. Mariako Bleich is inching closer to HP Lootcraft, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Wow, Crazy Fingerson really outpaced everyone else. Looks like they had the race all wrapped up from the start. Well done! Wow, congratulations to Crazy Fingerson. They really showed everyone how it's done. That was an impressive display of driving, even if it was all just a bunch of code. Great job and well-deserved victory. Here's a fun fact about the 1973 Lancia Stratos. It was specifically designed for rally racing, and became one of the most successful and iconic rally cars of its era. With its distinctive wedge shape and mid-engine layout, it looked like something straight out of a science fiction movie. Plus, it was so good on the dirt and gravel stages that it actually helped Lancia win several World Rally Championships. Not bad for a car that looks like it's ready to star in a sci-fi adventure, right? Hey folks, time's almost up. Make sure to choose your favorite car before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the race of the century. Hey, WayneTrain984. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning for some AI racing excitement. Hope you're ready for some high-speed action. Oh wow. This is a classic muscle car showdown at Bikernieki Oval. The Ford Mustang Mach-1 from 1971 is a beauty, known for its powerful engine and iconic design. On the other hand, the Chevrolet Nova SS from 1969 is a fierce competitor with a reputation for speed and agility. Honestly, it could go either way, but if I had to place a bet, I might lean towards the Mustang just because of its slightly larger engine options and raw power. Still, the Nova is no slouch, so this race is definitely going to be a close one. Stay tuned, folks. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at the Bikernieki Oval with 1970s supercars. Kyroscope is starting in pole position, behind the wheel of a classic 1969 Chevrolet Nova SS. Let's see if the vintage beast can hold on to that lead. Crazy Fingerson has taken the lead right out of the gate. Kyroscope is holding strong in second place. Emerald Take Career 988 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gabathy Minimac is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Iswatch Indio is making a move, up 2 spots to 5th. Frogworth just nudged into 9th place. Skakes is Bo. Prey and Frogsworth are nose to nose for that position. WayneTrain94 is climbing up to 16th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. WayneTrain94 and Runner and Page are nose to tail for 15th place. Elizatona 1095 just gained 1 spot to move into 16th. Vargalas Vet and Elizatone 1095 are now locked in a close fight for 17th. WayneTrain94 is making a move up to 15th place. Runner Rampage and WayneTrain94 are nose to nose for 15th. N-Body Notes is climbing to 19th. Vargala Svet just overtook someone to climb to 17th place. Ilitito 1095 and Vargala Svet are nose to nose for that same spot. Lord Zakritsby and Anarchisics are locked in a close fight for 20th place. The oval track is favoring those with consistent lap times and good overtaking skills. The top drivers are staying close, but the tight corners might be causing some minor gaps. Kyroscope just overtook Crazy Fingerson to take the lead. They are now battling hard for first place. Lords Crespi and Anarchy 6 are nose to tail for 20th position. Bucicero is racing a 1973 Lancia Stratos, which is known for its rally heritage and sharp handling. Looks like their race is not going well, currently in the last place, and significantly behind the pack. Wayne 94 is in the 18th place driving a 1972 De Tomaso Pantera GTS. Their fastest lap is just under 50 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but still a bit behind the leaders. Emerald Tick 988 is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap, but the race is close enough for anyone to snatch it away. Skexa's Beaupré is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans A and E. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of the pack, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but might need a push to catch up. Gabith the Minimec just moved up one spot to take 2nd place. Emerald Tick 998 also gained one position and is now in 3rd. Kyroscope and Emerald Tick 998 are nose to tail, battling it out for 3rd. Rizwat Hingyo is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger RT and is currently in 6th place. They've been steadily climbing but are a bit behind the leaders. Vina 17 is driving a 1973 Lancia Stratos Distos. They are currently in last place and seem to be struggling with pace, already over 2 seconds behind the next car. Lord Zekrisby just overtook Anarchy 6 and is now in 21st place. Anarchy 6 is fighting back, trying to regain that position. This battle for 21st is getting pretty intense. Gabby the Minimac is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control. Anarchizix is driving a 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner and is currently in the last place. Looks like the race isn't going their way today. Bucicero is driving a 1973 Lancia Stratos, known for its rally heritage and sharp handling. Their race looks rough, sitting in the last place and way off the pace with the slowest lap of over 51 seconds. Wow, Crazy Fingerson really pulled it off. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done on the win. Wow, what a race! Congrats to Crazy Fingerson for taking the win. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Now for the lucky drivers waiting to claim their cars. Waintra 94, you did the most overtakes today. Well done. You get to add a 1972 De Tomaso Pantera GTS to your collection. Talk about a vintage beauty. Keep up the awesome driving, everyone! Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown runs out. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Crazy Fingers On is behind the wheel of the McLaren Elva Oldsmobile. A classic that's got some serious charm, but might be a bit of a handful in today's race. On the other hand, NNR Savage has a Lola T70 Mark-On Ford, which is known for its racing pedigree and raw power. Given the cars and their reputations, I'd say NR Savage has a slight edge because that Lola 70 is a beast on the track, especially on a vintage circuit like El Enterrada. Crazy Fingers On could surprise us if they manage to channel some vintage racing magic, but I'm placing my bets on the Ford-powered Lola to take the win. Let's see if the old boys can still bring the thunder or if the spirited McLaren can steal the show. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the El Enterrada vintage track. Starting on pole is Forte Afro in a 1970 McLaren M6 GT, representing the prototype's 1960 class. Let's see if this vintage beast can hold its lid. Forte Afro has taken an early lead, holding the first place. I am in second place, trying to keep up. Amy is in third, just hanging around. Let's see if anyone can shake up this top trio. Crazy Fingers On is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to second place. Amy is dropping like a stone, now in 10th. And NR Savage just moved up 1 spot to third. Hermit Media is driving a 1975 BMW CS. Looks like they're stuck in 8th place, probably just trying to stay out of trouble for now. Hermit Media is climbing to 6th place. Alex Natit is now in 7th. Valdo is sneaking into 8th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Equinox the driving in 1974 Ford Capri RS 3100, a classic Group 4 car known for its sharp handling and aggressive looks. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hermit Media is driving a 1975 BMW CS. They're currently in 7th place, so they're slowly climbing up. but still have some work to do to catch the leaders. Maya is gaining on Zenar Savage, now just a few car lengths behind. Amy is closing the gap to Waldo quickly. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Ford Afro is leading in a 1970 McLaren M6 GT, which is known for its lightweight design and impressive speed. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Equinox Devo is in 6th place with a 1974 Ford Capri RS 3100. Their fastest lap is over a minute, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. Crazy Fingerson is driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile, currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're making a solid run, just over a second behind the leader. LXAX Natate is in 9th place with a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette C3. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The car's pretty classic, but the race isn't exactly a walk in the park. Forte Afro is leading in a 1970 McLaren M6 GT, which is a classic prototype from the early 70s. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Alexia X88 is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette C3, known for its classic American muscle style. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Waldo is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss, known for its muscle car heritage and raw power. Looks like Waldo is holding 8th place, but the race is tight with some fast cars behind. Equinox 2 is driving a 1974 Ford Capri RS 3100, a classic Group 4 car, known for its sharp handling and distinctive style. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, but their lap time suggests they're not quite matching the leader's pace. Forte Afro is comfortably leading and holding the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Congratulations to Forte Afro on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory. Wow! Forte Afro really nailed that finish. Congratulations on the win, you definitely earned it. And a big shout out to Crazy Fingerson. Not only did you take the checkered flag in the bet race, but you also dominated with the most overtakes. That's some serious racing skills. Go ahead and claim your vintage 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile from the prototypes of 1960. Well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GT. Its reputation for handling and power makes it a strong contender on a circuit like the Circuit du Var with chicane. Plus, with its turbocharged engine and balanced chassis, it's probably going to navigate the tight turns and quick transitions better than most of these classics. Let's see if it can outpace the more vintage options with its more modern tech. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment to do it before they all zoom off without you. Hurry up and make your choice. Don't miss out on the thrill. Hey, WayneTrain94, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Oh, an interesting matchup for sure. Crazy Fingerson with that classic Morgan +8 definitely has style, but might struggle with the twists and turns of the Circuit du Var chicane. On the other hand, WayneTrain94's Alpine A110-1000-1600 is known for its agility and lightweight, perfect for tight corners like that. If I had to toss a coin, I'd say the Alpine because its nimbleness could give it a real edge on this track. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, and it might surprise us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the charming Circuit du Var on the chicane track. Lil Sprout is starting in first position, driving a 1971 Puma GT-B. Buckle up, this should be a slow but fun ride. The race kicks off with Lil Sprout leading the pack, followed closely by Fort Eafro in second place. I'm holding the third spot for now, but don't blink or you might miss the shuffle. Maya is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Necker Phantasm and X Ragnaroks are neck and neck for fourth. Wolf of Aiko and Amundsen are also fighting hard for sixth. Crazy Fingerson is on fire, climbing 4 spots to 5th place. Ragnaroks is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. X Ragnaroks and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for 2nd place. X Ragnaroks is dropping back to 10th place. Fort Eafro is climbing to 3rd. Crazy Fingerson is moving up to 4th. X Ragnarok's has surged to first place after overtaking 9 cars. Wayne Trinity 4 is also climbing fast, also passing 9 cars to reach second. Lil Sprout and Wayne Trinity 4 are now locked in a close fight for second place. Maya is storming to the front, now in first place after overtaking 3 cars. Amin-san is climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 4. Kibukachu is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 7. Crazy Fingerson is closing in on Lil Sprout, cutting the gap by 2.8 seconds. Wolf of Aiko is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. Amy is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 9th. Crazy Fingerson and Lil Sprout are locked in a fierce fight for second place. Amin-san is creeping closer, chopping down 1.7 seconds from Crazy Fingerson's lead. Wolf of Echo is climbing the ladder, moving up 1 spot to 7. Ragnarok's is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth, known for its agility and small size. They are currently in the 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wolf of Aiko just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. X Ragnarok's is gaining on Amy, chopping nearly 3 seconds off that gap. The vintage cars are surprisingly close in performance, but the track's chicane favors more nimble cars. The slower class cars are holding up, but the tight corners are making overtakes tricky. The vintage cars are definitely slow on this track with tight chicanes. The faster lap times are clustered around the 1:26 mark, but overall, the slower cars are struggling to keep pace. The track's sharp turns are exposing the limitations of these older models. Lil Sprout just moved up to 3rd place. Fort the Afro is chipping away at Amin-san's lead, now 1.3 seconds behind. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on X Ragnarok's, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amin-san and Lil Sprout are neck and neck for 3rd place. Kuhukachulu just snuck into 7th. X Ragnarok's is chipping away at Amy's lead, now only 1.1 seconds behind. The chicane is shaking things up with tight turns, favoring those who can brake late and stay precise. It's causing some overtaking chaos and slowing down the less agile. Amin-san is creeping up on Crazy Fingerson like a cat stalking its prey. Cthulhukachu is gaining ground on Wolf of Eco faster than a cheetah on the hunt. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on X Ragnarok's with a burst of speed that says they mean business. Maya is leading the race in a 1970 Ford Maverick, which is holding a solid pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's enjoying a comfortable lead, but the competition is not far behind. Wow, Maya. Looks like you left everyone in the dust. Nice job taking the win at Circuit du Var with chicane. Clearly, you're in a league of your own. Wow, what an incredible race. Congratulations to Maya for taking the win. You really showed everyone how it's done. And with the fastest lap, Maya can now claim the classic 1970 Ford Maverick, a true vintage beauty. A big shout out to Crazy Fingerson for winning the bet race. You earned that 1968 Morgan +8 with your skills behind the wheel. And also hats off for making the most overtakes today. That takes some serious guts. You can also claim that sleek Morgan +8. What a fantastic race all around. Here's a fun fact about the F1 2017 racing cars. They were equipped with turbo-charged 1.6-liter V6 engines that could reach over 15,000 revolutions per minute, making them some of the most powerful and high-revving engines in the sport's recent history. It's like having a tiny rocket strapped to each car. Alright, we've got Crazy Fingerson in the Red Bull RB13, and Mahokaus in the Mercedes weight. Both of these cars are pretty impressive from that era. But the Mercedes tends to have a slight edge in overall performance and handling. The weight was known for its incredible stability and speed on the straights, which can really hurt the Red Bull's chances. However, in a race like Mugello, which has a mix of high-speed corners and technical sections, the Red Bull's agility could come into play. Still, given the data and past performances, I'd put my chips on Mahokaus and the Mercedes to come out ahead. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, and that makes it fun to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Mugello and Amos Gordon is on pole, steering the shiny 2017 Red Bull RB13. Looks like he's got a good shot to lead the pack early on. Amos Gordon has shot off the line to take the lead. Aminsan is right behind in second place, and Singoshi is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Mikko Brokast is climbing to 5th place. Mikko Brokast and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose-to-nose for 4th. Red Panda Menini 4 is advancing to 7th. The critical leg is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Shrona is gaining ground, moving 1 spot up to 7th place. Estevan Games is making a push-up 2 spots to 12th place. Estevan Games and Lord Batrul are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 16th place. Maria Koblach is now in 18th place. Crazy Fingerson has moved up to 20th place. Singoshi is making a move up the field, taking the lead. Anonymous Ninity 3 is also climbing 2 spots to secure 2nd place. Simple Markers and Majeko Blech are locked in a close fight for 18. Sean is on fire, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 4 cars. Red Panda Mini 4 is also making moves, pushing up to 4th after a similar surge. Lord Buttrell is not holding back, storming through 6 cars to grab 5th. The race is heating up. Imus Gordon is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 26th place. Autumn Thunderbird has gained 1 position, now in 7th. Their Gaming Gate also moved up 1 spot, sitting in 11th. Imus Gordon is closing in on Lockjaw 7, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Shrun is gaining on Anonymous Ninity 3, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Cloudy is climbing up the ranks, moving into 21st place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is on a tier, taking the lead by overtaking 3 cars. Lord Buttrell is climbing nicely, now in 3rd place. Estevan Games and Unstable are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Amin San just blitzed through the field to grab 3rd place. Autumn Thunderbird is right behind, also making quick work of 3 cars to sit in 4th. And Estevan Games is on a roll, overtaking 4 cars to land in 5th. Things are heating up nicely. Ikara 77 moves up to 15th place. Lockjaw 7 is gaining on the Betty White show, closing the gap by over a second. Decaudi Guerdo is hot on Lockjaw 7's tail, closing in by 2.7 seconds. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 7th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 8th. Zimpla Marcus is sneaking into 9th. Looks like the pack is shifting. Lord Buttrell is really closing in on Red Panda Manatee 4, cutting the gap by 7.4 seconds. Wolf's Light is having a tough time and has dropped 14 places to 21st. SS Davin Games is making moves and has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd. Ikar 77 just gained a spot to 13th place. Nahokaos and Maya are nose-to-nose for 15. Anonymous Ninity 3 moves up to 21st. Lockjaw 7 and the Betty White show are neck and neck for the 18th spot. Tron just gained 1 position, now in 24th. Wow, Red Panda Manatee 4, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the win. I guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some epic AI car racing. Buckle up and get ready for some high-speed action. Wow, congratulations to Lord Batril for taking the top spot. Great job out there. Truly, a master of the race course. And shout out to Crazy Fingerson for winning the bet race. You can now claim the sleek 2017 Red Bull RB13 from F1 2017. Looks like some big winners today. Alright everyone, time's almost out to pick your favorite car. Make sure you lock in your choice before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss your chance to root for the best ride out there. Get those selections in now. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup. And both cars are real legends from the early 60s. The Lotus 2.5, with its innovative monocoque chassis, might be the lighter and more agile option. It was known for its sharp cornering and quick responses. On the other hand, the Porsche 804 was a bit more powerful with a reputation for stability and speed on straights. Given the short track of Autodromo di Franciacorta, I'd lean towards Inner Pinkwolf in the Lotus. Its nimbleness could give it the edge in tight corners and quick maneuvers. But then again, if Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios can take advantage of the straightaways with the Porsche, it could be a close call. So my prediction? I think Inner Pinkwolf might just edge it out in this race. But hey, anything can happen with AI drivers, especially in vintage cars. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Autodromo di Franciacorta short track. Leading the pack is Lemon Cult Games in a classic 1965 Honda R2722. Looks like they're off to a strong start, but you know how these races can flip in a heartbeat. Lemon Cult Games has taken an early lead. Reiko Haruji is right behind in second, and Riswa Chingio is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Darigaos just snuck into third place. Darigaos and Reiko Haruji are nose to nose for second. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to fifth. Riswatindio and Darigos are nose to tail for third place. Waldo and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. The Critica leg is climbing up one spot to 13. Waldo is making a move, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is dropping back now in 15th after losing 9 positions. Katsuma Girl is also falling behind, now in 17th after dropping 9 spots. Amy is climbing to 14th place. Betsma is advancing to 17th place. Aminsan is moving up to 18th place. Orange Funk and Amy are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Betsma has gained 1 position and is now 16th. Aminsan has also moved up 1 spot into 17th. Senor Flip Flopone 100 and 2020 is racing a Ferrari 1512 from 1965, a classic that's been around the block. They're currently in 20th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. The Critical Egg is driving a Lotus 33 from 1965. They're currently in the 12th position and seem to be making a steady climb up the field. Lemon Cult Games is leading in a 1965 Honda R A272, which is known for its lightweight and agility. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace. Senor Flip Flopone 100 and 2020 is racing a Ferrari 1512 from 1965. Their race looks challenging with the slowest lap time, and currently in 20th place. The F1 1960 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners and short layout favor skilled drivers over raw power. The top contenders are mostly in the same car class, so driver skill and race strategy are making the difference. Risvachinho is driving a 1965 Lotus 33 with the fastest lap of 1 minute, 6 seconds and 86 milliseconds. They are currently in 4th place and seem to be holding a solid position, but haven't quite matched their best lap yet. Vetsmar is driving a Cooper T77, which is known for its lightweight and agility. Their race seems steady but not quite at the front, currently in the 18th position. Wolf of Aco is sitting in 6th place but has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's saving some pace for a late push. Betsma just snuck past Shoot 'em Up to take the 15th spot. They are now nose to nose in that battle for 15th place. Shoot 'em Up is climbing up to 15th place. Unistix is right behind Betsmar now, just over a second separating them. Maya is currently in 8th place with the Cooper T77. Her fastest lap is a solid 5.767. Looks like she's holding her own but still has some room to overtake those ahead. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a 1962 Porsche 804. They're currently in 11th place, but their lap time of 1:06.5 suggests they're not quite as quick as the leaders. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Darigas is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7 and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is just shy of a second faster than the leader, so they're pushing hard, but still chasing Lemon Cult Games. The Critical Egg is driving a Lotus 33 from 1965, starting way back in 14th place. They're currently in 12th, making some progress. Their fastest lap is a 1:06.242, so they're not exactly setting the pace but are inching forward. Wow! Lemon Cult Games took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the ones to beat. Congratulations on the win. Oh wow! Lemon Cult Games really pulled off a stunning victory? Congratulations to them, they clearly know how to handle those AI cars like a pro. I guess all that practice paid off. Let's see if anyone can beat them in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the charade 8-kilometer circuit, I'd say the 1965 Toyota 2000 GT has the best shot. It's known for its balance and relatively modern design for its time, making it a decent contender around a twisty technical track like charade. The tiny but nimble Lotus Cortina could also cause some surprises if the AI is feeling playful. The others tend to lean more towards classic charm than raw racing performance, so I'd put my money on the Toyota taking the win, possibly followed by the Lotus, just for the fun of it. Hey there, Ation1792. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again for some high-octane AI car racing action. Sit back and enjoy the chaos on the track. Hey everyone! If you want to support the stream without spending a dime, the easiest way is to tell your friends or share the link. Just spreading the word helps a lot, and keeps this AI racing party going. Thanks for hanging out and making this a fun place to watch some cars go vroom. Hey Jordan T. Glad you can make it back to the fun. We've got some crazy AI cars racing right now, so grab a seat and enjoy the chaos. Hey Jambofin, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back in the virtual pit lane. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos today. Absolutely. If you're a streamer and you want to watch the AI races with your viewers, just go ahead and share the experience. No permission needed, just good vibes and great racing. It's all about having fun together, so feel free to join in and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that supporting the stream by subscribing or cheering bits is totally optional but really helps keep the wheels turning. Subscribers do get the VIP treatment and get to jump into special races, so it's worth considering. The best part is the stream itself is free for everyone, so no pressure at all. Just sit back, enjoy the race chaos, and maybe cheer on your favorite AI driver if you're feeling generous. Thanks for hanging out and making this crazy car race show possible. Alright, everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't want to miss out on the thrill of watching these beauties race. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace. Alright, this is a fun matchup. Amy's got that classic Triumph TR3B, which is a lovely vintage sports car. It's got style and a bit of power, but it's also a little bit of a handful on a tight track like Charade. On the other hand, Mirmudar's driving a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S, which is compact, nimble, and famous for its agility. Given the length of the track at 8 kilometers, I think the Mini's small size and quick handling might give Mirmudar the edge in maneuverability. However, Amy's Triumph, with its more powerful engine, could surprise us if it manages to get a good launch and keeps the pace steady. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd lean towards the Mini Coopers because of its agility. But don't count out Amy with that vintage charm and potential for some quick bursts. This one's going to be a close call. Alright everyone, this race was requested by yours truly, so go ahead and thank me later. We are kicking things off at the Charade 8 kilometers, track with the slowest cars around from the 1960s and earlier. Jordan is starting on pole with a vintage 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop .1. Let's see if that classic can keep up, or if it's just here for style points. Everlasting Apex has shot to the front, holding the lead. Trash Crashton is right behind in second place, not giving up yet. Jordan is in third, trying to keep up with the pace. Trash Crashton takes the lead and is now in first place. Wayne Trinity 4 moves up to 5th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Pumpkin of Glory are neck and neck fighting for 4th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing to 4th place. Vanona 1857 is now in 6th. Pat Swords has moved up to 9th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Vanuna 1857 is climbing to 5th place. Blaming Buddha is now 7th. Pat Swords has moved into 8th. The race is heating up. Pat Swords and Blaming Buddha are nose to tail for 7th place. Yambo Fiend is climbing up to 14th. Looks like the race is heating up. Wayne Try 94 is gaining on Jordanit and closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Rusagol Gaming and King Rut are battling closely for 12th place. Amy is closing in on me and reducing the gap by 1 second. Amy and I are in a tight fight for 16th place. Blaming Buddha and Pumpkin of Glory are nose to nose for 6th place. Aming Sun just snuck into 9th. Rosa Gold Gumming is creeping up to 12th. Blaming Buddha is climbing to 6th place. King Rud is also moving up to 12th and is now in a close fight with Rosa Gold Gumming for that position. Yambofin just overtook someone to climb to 14th place. Amy is gaining on Memriadar, closing the gap by a full second. Yambofin just nudged ahead of Rosa Godgaming for 13th place. Looks like they're about to turn this into a photo finish. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Amin San has moved up to 8th place. Yambofin is in 12th position after gaining 1 spot. Wayne in Trinity 4 is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Vanonit 1857 is inching closer to Jordanjit as well. Aminsan just climbed 1 spot into 7th place. Yambofin is climbing up to 12th place. Kingrut and Jambofin are nose to nose for that same spot. Maya and Mimida are locked in a fierce fight for 16th place. Vanona 1857 is climbing to 4th place. Blaming Buddha is closing in on Jordant and the gap is shrinking fast. Potsorts is making a move up to 8th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is advancing to 16th place. Rosigod Gaming and Maya are locked in a close fight for the 16th spot. Laning Buddha is gaining on Jordan now, just under a second behind. 89 C 1792 is really closing in on DJ Magdakai. The gap down to 3.7 seconds. Those two are nose to nose for 10th place. This is getting spicy. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Blaming Buddha is catching Jordan quickly, now only a few car lengths behind. Potsorts is making a move on Aminsan, closing the distance to less than 2 seconds. Blaming Buddha is climbing to 5th place. Amin-san is now 6th. Yang Bofin has moved into 10. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Pat Swords has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Yang Bofin is closing in on Pumpkin Ofguri and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Wayne 94 is closing in on Trash Crashed and fast enough to make a dent. Blaming Buddha is chipping away at Fanonin 1857's lead. Yang Bofin just climbed 1 spot to 9, so keep an eye on that move. Pat Swords is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Amin-san and Pat Swords are nose to nose for 6th. Nirmuidar is also moving up 1 spot to 12. Amin-san just sneaked into 6th place. Yang Bofin is closing in on Jordanchi with a 1.2 second gap. Nirmuidar's climbing up to 11th. Vanone 1857 and Everlasting Apex are neck and neck for 3rd place. Yang Bofin is chopping down the gap to Jordan by a second and a half. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 14th. Vanana 1857 is climbing to 3rd place. Blaming Buddha and Everlasting Apex are locked in a fierce fight for 4. Yang Bofin is chipping away at Jordan's lead, now just 2.5 seconds behind. Blaming Buddha is climbing up to 4th place. Nirmuidar is catching Pumpkin Ofguri fast, closing the gap by a second and a half. Everlasting Apex is now in 4th place. Pat Swords has climbed to 5th. Jordan Date is cutting down the gap to Amundsen by nearly 2 seconds. Yang Bofin advances 1 spot into 8th place. Nirmuidar climbs 2 spots into 9. Looks like they're both on the move. Jordanj is on fire, climbing 9 places to take the lead. Maya is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th spot. Trash Crashed and Jordanj are nose to tail for the top position. Trash Crashed and Jordanj are nose to tail at the front. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Etienne 1792 and Amy are trading paint for 12th place. Trash Crashton is now in 1st place. Wayne Trinity 4 has moved up to 2nd. Vent 1857 is in 3rd. The race is heating up. The tight corners and 8 km length are making overtakes tricky, so the early leaders might hold on if they keep their cool. The vintage cars are holding their own on this 8 km charade track, but the slower cars are definitely making overtaking tough. The mix of classic models keeps the race unpredictable. Rosegot Gaming is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina and is currently in 16th place. Looks like a steady climb is needed to catch up. Pat Swords is gaining on Vanan 1857, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amundsen just moved up one spot to 5th place. Muir is narrowing the distance to Jambo Fane, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is driving a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger, which started in 8th place. They're currently in 2nd and making a strong push, closing the gap on the leader. Looks like a promising race for them. Amundsen is really closing in on Patsos. Just 1.8 seconds to go. Blaming Buddha is climbing up to 6th place. Jambo Fane is also moving up to 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Mermida is narrowing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting it down by 1.4 seconds. Rosego Gaming is climbing up to 15th place, making a move through the field. Amundsen is really closing that gap on Patsos, just 2.9 seconds behind now. Mermaida is chipping away at Everlasting Apex, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Rosego Gaming is climbing up the ladder, moving into the 14th spot. Rosegod Gaming is closing in on Maya quickly now. King Rut has climbed one spot to 16. Jamagishat and King Rut are battling fiercely for the 15th position. Patsorts is now in 3rd place. Amundsen is gaining on Vano in 1857, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mimridar has moved up to 8th place. Aetion 1792 is gaining on Pumpkin Offlurry and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jmagishat is also closing in on Kingrut, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Trash Crashton is leading in a vintage Maserati 3500 GT from 1959. Looks like they're comfortably ahead with the fastest lap so far, so the race is going smoothly for them. Blame Buddha is gaining on Amundsen now. The gap is shrinking fast. Rosegod Gaming just moved up one spot to 12. The tight corners and 8 length are favoring the vintage cars with better handling, but the long straight might give an edge to those with higher top speeds. Patsorts is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap by 1 second. Memudar is narrowing in on Blaming Buddha, cutting the distance by 1.7 seconds. Jadishat has climbed one spot to 15th place. Patsorts is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mermuidar is catching up to Blaming Buddha, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Everlasting Apex is feeling the heat from Amy now, just a second behind. Maya is climbing steadily, now in 13th place and gaining ground. Patsorts is gaining on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is inching closer to Everlasting Apex, the distance shrinking steadily. Kingrud is on the move, catching up to Dejamagachat faster than you can say pit stop. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the distance. Yambofine is making a move on Amundsen too. Everlasting Apex better watch out. Amy is gaining fast. Kingwood is creeping closer to DJ Magacat, not much room for error now. Amundsen and Vononi 1857 are neck and neck for 4th place. Rosegald Gaming is closing in on Pumpkin Flurry and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Kingwood is gaining on Giamagatet and has closed the distance by 2.1 seconds. Amundsen just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Yambofine is closing in on Vanon 1857, chipping away at the gap by 2.2 seconds. Kingwood is also closing in on DJ Magacat, same gap reduction of 2.2 seconds. Amundsen is really on the gas, closing in on Patsours by 10 seconds. Rosegald Deming is creeping closer to Pumpkin Flurry by just over a second. Jourdain is charging hard and almost on Kingwood's tail now. Patsours is gaining on Wayne Trinity 4 but still has a bit to go. Trash Crashton is holding a commanding lead and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control and pushing hard. Blaming Buddha is driving a 1959 BMW 507, a classic beauty. Their race seems steady, sitting in 7th place with a best lap of 5 minutes, 17 seconds. Not bad for vintage flair. Blaming Buddha is driving a 1959 BMW 507, a classic beauty. They're currently in 7th place, which is not too shabby for a vintage ride. Their fastest lap is around 5 minutes and 17 seconds, so they're holding their own but not exactly setting the pace. Patsours is really closing the gap on Wayne Trinity 4, cutting it down by 1.4 seconds. Rosegald Gaming is gaining on Pumpkin Flurry with a 1.1 second reduction. Kingwood just moved up 1 spot to 15th place, making some progress. Patsours is slicing into Wayne Trinity 4's tail, closing the gap by a full second. Rosegald Gaming just climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Pumpkin Flurry and Rose Gold Gaming are nose to nose for 11th, so expect some fireworks soon. Maya is gaining on Pumpkin Flurry and closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Kingwood is inching closer to Etiona 1792 with a 1.3 second gain. Jourdain is also making moves on DJ Magacat, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Patsours is closing in on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amy is closing in on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Amundsen is driving a 1953 Fiat 850 Supersonic. They are currently in 4th place, just behind the driver with the same car model in 3rd. Their fastest lap is 5:12.523, so they're holding a decent pace but still chasing the leaders. Patsods is now in second place. Flaming Buddha is narrowing the distance to Jumbo Fin by 1.3 seconds. Maya is gaining on Pumpkin of Glory by 1.9 seconds. Patsods is right behind Trash Crashton now, closing the gap by 1 second. Aminsan is catching up to Wayne 24 at the same pace. Jordan Tate is really closing in on Chichimagakat, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Yambofine is gaining on Vanan 1857, closing the gap to just a second. Amy is hot on Everlasting Apex's tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Rosé God Gaming is driving 1966 Lotus Cortina. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, over 5:21. Not much action happening around them. Pumpkin of Glory is driving a 1949 Cadillac Series 62. Their race seems to be a disaster, currently in the 12th place and with the slowest lap time by a wide margin. Flaming Buddha is now just behind Jambo Fin. Looks like a move is coming soon. Rosigo Deming is catching up to Amy pretty quickly. Dagmagichat is right on Kingward's tail. This race is heating up. Pumpkin of Glory is racing a 1949 Cadillac Series 62. Their race looks pretty rough with the slowest lap time so far, and sitting in the 13th spot. Wayne Trend 94 is trying to hold off Amin-san, and they are nose to tail. Flaming Buddha is closing in on Jambofine, and the gap keeps shrinking. Patsoats is slicing through the field, closing in on Trash Crashton by 3.2 seconds. Amin-san just climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Yambofine also moved up 1 spot to 5th. Pumpkin of Glory is driving a 1949 Cadillac Series 62. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their fastest lap is over 5.5 minutes. Patsoats is gaining on Trash Crashton with a 3.1 second reduction. Yambofine is closing the distance to Wayne Tre 984 by 1.8 seconds. Rosigot Gaming is sneaking up on Amy with just a 1 second gap. Patsoats is gaining on Trash Crashton quickly, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Memory Die just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Flaming Buddha and Amermida are neck and neck for 7th, so expect some fireworks soon. Patsoats is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Jordanite is also making a move on Digimagacat, not letting him breathe. Yambofine is right behind Waintra 94 now. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Jordanite is gaining on Digimagacat too, but still a bit of a gap to close. Patsoats is driving a 1953 Fiat 8 VEAA supersonic, starting from 10th place. They've moved up to 2nd and are currently chasing the leader. Looks like they're making a solid push through the field. Yambofin is right behind Waintrain 94 now, closing the gap quickly. Rosegod Gaming is gaining on Amy, but still a bit behind. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 9th place. Maya is closing in on Pumpkinflurry and has cut the gap by over a second. Joradint is driving a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, a classic beauty with a sleek design. They started in the first position but are now in the middle of the pack, indicating some struggles with pace. Patsots is right behind Trash Crashton now. Looks like a move is imminent. Yambofin is gaining on Waintra 94. Not much left before a potential overtake. Rosegod Gamings is closing the distance to Everlasting Apex steadily. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Maya is currently in the 13th place with a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop. The car's fastest lap is around 5 minutes 27 seconds. Looks like a slow start, but there's room to catch up. Mimudar is in 8th place with a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. Their fastest lap is around 5 minutes 14 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Laming Buddha is gaining ground on Nimudada. Jordan 8 is hot on Dija Magakat's tail. Pumpkinflurry is driving a 1949 Cadillac Series 62. They're currently in the 13th place and have a slowest lap over 5.5 minutes, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Yambofin is gaining on Waintrain 94, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Meramida and Vanun 1857 are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Yambofin is inching closer to Waintrain 94, closing the gap by a second. 1. Mimuria is climbing up to 6th place, making a move. Jordan 8 is catching Dij Megacat, closing the gap by 1/3 seconds. Mermuida is right behind Yambofin now, closing the gap steadily. Rosegod Gaming is gaining on Everlasting Apex, inching closer. Jordan 8 is narrowing the distance to Dij Megacat, not letting up. Waintra 94 is driving a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. They're currently in 4th place and have a fastest lap of 5 minutes 14 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Aetion 1792 is driving a 1965 GM GB GT, which is known for its nimbleness and classic British charm. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time so far, indicating they're struggling to keep up. Yambofin is hot on Waintra 94's tail now. Aetiona 1792. Is catching pumpkin off glory at a decent pace. Schmageshat is inching closer to King Grut, but not quite there yet. Wow, Trash Crashton. You really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champ. Wow, Trash Crashton pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations. That was some impressive driving. I guess all those virtual racing hours really paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Calafat circuit, I'd probably go with the 2006 McLaren MP421. It's got a reputation for being quick and agile, especially in tight corners. The other F1 cars are all pretty close in terms of performance, but McLaren's balance and handling tend to give it an edge on circuits that require a mix of speed and precision. Plus, I think the driver would feel pretty confident behind the wheel of that one. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost up, so get those choices in before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the fun, do you? Wow, two classic racers from 26? This is like a vintage showdown. Navli and the Red Bull RB2 might have the edge with that aggressive RBR pedigree. But Betsmar's BMW Sauber F106 has a lot of underrated charm. It's like choosing between a fiery dragon and a slick fox. Given the track Caliphate, and the fact that the RB2 was all about raw power and aerodynamics, I'd probably give a slight nod to Navli. But don't count Betsmar out just yet. Sometimes those underdog cars surprise us with their agility. Honestly, it's going to come down to who handles the corners better, because straight line speed might not decide this one. So, my money's on Navli, but I wouldn't be shocked if Betsmar pulls a rabbit out of the hat. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Caliphate and EdSauce21 is starting strong on pole, piloting a 2006 Toyota TF 106B. Let's see if he can hold that lead and not just drive into the sunset. EdSauce21 has shot to the front, holding the lead right out of the gate. Big Boy Bets is right behind, trying to keep up. And Amy is in third, already showing some early fight. DKK, Dan Datze Rogerts and Amy are neck and neck for third place. Iron Crystal Woodencross and Alexia Shayex Nestil are fighting hard for sixth. Betsmar is climbing up to eighth, leaving someone behind. DCK, Pat Sirogats and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Alexei Xnati and Schmetzenlive are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Lokshan 7 is climbing up one spot to 10th. Maya is on a roll, now in third place after passing 8 cars. Aminzan is climbing fast, now in 9th after overtaking 4 cars. Agrits 34 is making moves too, now in 10th after passing 4 cars. Zotsfied is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 10. EdSauce21 and Big Boy Bets are nose to nose at the front, still fighting for the lead. DCK Bates Rogerts is creeping up one position to third. Schmetzenlied is making a bold move, climbing up to 11th place. Maya is right behind, also making a charge to 12. EdSauce21 is holding strong at the front, gaining one spot to lead the pack. LXXTX just made a bold move to take the lead, overtaking 9 cars in one go. Exhaust 21 and XEXAX are nose to tail, fighting hard for the top spot. Schmerzen Live and Einkrusser Woodencross are locked in a close duel for 10th place. Exhaust 21 is now in first place. Der GCK Batesy Rogerts has moved up to second. Betsma is climbing into third. The race is heating up. Einkrusser Woodencross is driving a McLaren MP 421 with the slowest lap of almost a minute 37. Looks like they're struggling to keep up and probably stuck in traffic or having issues. Navling is driving a Red Bull RB2, currently in 4th place. The race looks steady for now, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Agritz 34 is holding the fastest lap, but is stuck in 8th. Looks like he's saving the pace for a late push. Gnavling is holding on to 4th, but not by much, while Betsmar is in 3rd and closing in. Navling might need a miracle to stay ahead. Gnavling is driving a Red Bull RB2. They're currently in 4th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 13 seconds, which is pretty solid. Looks like they're holding their own so far. Navling is holding on to 4th place but is under pressure from Betsmar right behind. Betsmar is closing in fast with a faster lap time. Gnavling better watch that rearview mirror. Schmerzenliv is closing in on Einkrusser Woodencross, cutting the gap by 17.1 seconds. Agritz 34 has climbed 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Einkrusser Woodencross is climbing to 8th place. Schmerzenliv is now 9th. Looks like they're both on the move. DKK Patsio Gertz is driving a Renault R26 and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're pushing hard with the fastest lap of the race so far. Navling is driving a Red Bull RB2. They're currently in 4th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 13.91. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the lead. Amundsen is driving a Honda A106, starting from the 13th position. They're currently in 7th, which means they've gained 6 places so far. Looks like they're making some moves. Wow. Exhaust 21 took the victory. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Congratulations to Exhaust 21 for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And a big shout out to Amundsen for the most overtakes today. You can claim the 2006 Honda A106 from F1 2006. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1958 Maserati 250. Probably has the best shot at winning on the high-speed ring. It's got that classic racing pedigree, and the power to keep up with modern speed demons, even if it's dressed in vintage fashion. The others are interesting, but might struggle a bit to match its combination of power and agility on such a fast circuit. Wow, what a classic showdown! The 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B is a beauty with that vintage charm and a bit of a nimble edge. But the 1963 Agachanian Watson has that sleek, modern design, and likely more advanced tech under the hood. It's a tough call, but I'd lean toward Necrophantasm and the Watson. It's like choosing between a vintage sports car and a semi-modern racing machine. The newer might have the edge in speed and stability, especially on a fast track like High Speed Ring. But hey, anything can happen in AI race world. I guess we're just here to watch the drama unfold. Alright folks, Shalesy is kicking things off at the front in a classic 1958 Maserati 250F. Looks like he's got the nostalgia advantage, but let's see if the newer crowd can catch up. Shalesy has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding her ground in second place, and Mr. Roche is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. James Smith just edged closer to the top 5, climbing one spot. Necrophantasm and James Smith are still neck and neck for 5th place. Salmon Salmon is also making moves, climbing one spot to 7. Necrophantasm and Salmon are battling fiercely for 6th. Forty Afro is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 17. Mr. Roche is gaining ground, moving up one spot to 2nd. Mr. Roche and Shalesy are nose to tail, fighting hard for the lead. Atelier Torias just overtook someone to take 13th place. Maya is closing in on Atelier Torias for 12th. Amy and Mr. Roche are still neck and neck for 2nd place. Adi Leavitt is on a roll, climbing to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy just moved up one spot to take 2nd. Mr. Roche and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for 2nd place. Ren Kaori has just moved up one spot to 7th place. Dank Nuggins also gained one position, now in 9th. Dank Nuggins and Salmon are nose to nose for 8th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Amin-san just gained one spot and is now in 9th place. Kudulukachu made a 2-position jump and is now in 13th. Rondon 69 and Otterly Artorias are nose to nose for 14th, so expect some fireworks there. Amin-san and Salmon are neck and neck for 8th place. Maya is climbing up 2 spots to take 10th. Now, Maya and Amin-san are battling for 9th place. Ren Kaori is climbing up to 6th place. Zanun Samoon and James Nisk are locked in a close fight for 7th. I and Amin-san are battling for 9th and it's getting intense. Maya just gained one position and is now 9th place. Looks like Maya and Amin-san are neck and neck for 9th place. Kurukachu and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close fight for 12th. Zerotimilev is now in 10th place. Amin-san and Zerotimilev are neck and neck for 10th. Otterly Artorias has gained one spot and is now in 13th. Ren Kaori just overtook someone to take 5th place. Ren Kaori and Schoolboy Swistevi are nose to nose for 4th. Amin-san has gained a spot and is now in 10th. Amy and Shalesy are nose to tail for the lead. Schoolboy Swistevi just gained a spot to sit 3rd. Necrophantasm and Ren Kaori are trading paint for 5th place. Amy and Shalesy are nose to tail for the lead. Mr. Rush just snuck into 3rd place. Samun Zamun and Necrophantasm are swapping positions every corner. Amy just took the lead, moving up one spot to 1st place. Zamun is climbing 2 spots to 5th. Zamun and Schoolboy Swistevi are nose to nose fighting for 4th place. Necrophantasm is on a tier, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Maya is making a move, advancing 1 spot to 7th. Dank Nuggins is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 11th. Wow, Amy just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Wow, Amy really took it home, didn't they? Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was some impressive driving, I must say. Looks like Amy's AI has a knack for this. The 2002 Morgan Aero 8G 2 is quite the eye-catcher with its classic retro design that makes it look like it just rolled out of a vintage movie set. Fun fact is that Morgan keeps the handcrafted tradition alive by building these cars with a lot of care and attention to detail, which is pretty rare in the era of mass production. It's essentially a modern interpretation of a vintage roadster, but packed with some serious racing technology underneath. You could say it's like wearing a tuxedo but knowing how to really race, which makes it a pretty unique combo in the racing world. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out, or you'll be stuck watching these bots race in whatever they have on offer. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Hey Mavericks, great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI madness. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos on the track. Alright, so we've got Lithocarp taking the wheel of a 2005 Infiniti G35 G2, and Amy in a 2004 Porsche 911996 GT3. But Porsche is known for being sporty and agile. Definitely a crowd for the Infiniti, while respectable, is more of a grand tourer, so it might be a bit out of its element here. Given that, I'd say Amy's Porsche might have a slight edge, especially on a circuit like Anadara, where sharp corners and quick bursts matter. But hey, anything can happen when AI is involved. So stay tuned. This could be more unpredictable than a cat chasing a laser pointer. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Anadara Circuit GP with Juna got the leads on pole. In a classic 2004 Ferrari F360 GTC, buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. Yuna's got leads is off to a strong start at the front. Everlasting Apex is right behind in second, and I'm holding on to third place. Let's see if I can keep this momentum. Tokido Kibre is climbing to 8th place. Henfatik is advancing to 11th. Henfatik and Amin-san are nose to nose for 10th. Amy just overtook Lithocarp and now sits in 5th place. Tokido Kibre is climbing up to 7th. Lithocarp is holding on to 6th for now. Amin-san and Exploring Life are nose to nose for 9th place. Flanky Frankie just gained 1 spot to move into 12th. Nyatho Tep 988 and Flanky Frankie are locked in a close fight for 12th. The track seems to favor the GTS cars with the top 3 spots, likely due to its technical turns and straights that suit their handling and speed. The Trans Am group is bunched up further back, indicating the circuit might be less friendly to their style. Mavericks just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Maya and Mavericks are nose to tail for that same spot. Amin-san moved up 1 position to 9th. Amin-san and Josh Pyosh are fighting hard for 8th place. Maya and Mavericks are nose to tail for 3rd place. Amy is closing the gap on Maya, now just over a second behind. Tokido Kibre is also closing in on Lithocarp, both battling for 6th place. Tokido Kibre just sneaked into 6th place. Josh Biosh is closing the gap on Lithocarp by 1.4 seconds. Aisley and the Lightning Thief are nose to nose for 16th. Schoolbus Rostifi is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang Gentai. They are currently in the last place among the Trans Am cars, so their race isn't looking too promising at the moment. Josh Biosh just overtook Lithocarp to move into 7th place. They're still nose to nose, so expect some fireworks soon. Tokido Kibre is driving a Morgan Aero 8 GT2, a classic-looking car with a sleek design. They are currently in 7th place, making steady progress from 10th, so they're moving up the field. Navrix is in 3rd place driving a 2004 Cadillac CTS-V. They're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a solid race so far. Lithocarp is now 7th, closing in on the top 6. Josh Biosh and Lithocarp are nose to nose for 7th place. Meg's Boring Life has climbed to 9th, inching closer to the front pack. Josh Biosh just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Lithocarp and Josh Biosh are nose to nose, fighting hard for 7th. Ice is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, currently in 21st place. Their lap time is just under 2 seconds slower than the leader, so they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the world on fire. Henfatig is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class de Dachat. They're currently in 11th place, just behind the leaders but close enough to make a move. The race looks tight with only a few seconds separating the top contenders. Aisley is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They're currently in the 18th place, just behind the leaders but with a decent lap time of 1.915. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Josh Biosh and Tokido Kibre are nose to nose for 6th place. Amin San and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a close fight for 9th. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 14th place. Congratulations to Juna Gothalides for taking the top spot. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Junas Gottlieds did an incredible job leading the pack. Congratulations on the win, you really drove away with that victory. Navrix with the fastest lap, you've earned yourself a sweet 2004 Cadillac CTS-V. Nice job pushing those limits. And Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to claim a sleek 2004 Porsche 911 996 GT3 Urus. Or looks like it pays to be quick around here. Actually, the 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Saint isn't a real model, so it's a bit of a trick question. But if we imagine a version of the Huracan in a special Saint trim, it would probably be all about extreme lightweight design and racing tweaks. Lamborghinis are known for their bold styling and roaring V10 engines. But an Saint version would likely take things to the next level with even more aggressive aerodynamics and a track-focused setup. It's like a supercar on a mission to make the other cars look boring. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery at this point, it's a real toss-up. Since they're in the same Lamborghini Huracan Saint, it'll probably come down to who can handle the track better. Without their skills or racing background, I'd say it's anyone's game. My guess is that Joey Pastrami will surprise us and sneak to the front, but honestly it's all about who manages to stay smooth and not spin out first. This race is really a lottery. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Mid-Ohio. No chicane and jerk plays is starting on pole with a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Jerk Plays has shot off the line into the lead. Abeta Bloke is holding strong in second place, and Zabrandigan is hanging tight in third. Looks like a pretty clean start so far. Rundon 69 just moved up one spot to 6th place. Amy also gained one spot, now in 8th. Kilo Julieta and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a close fight. Abeta Bloke is now in 1st place. Derek Plays is right behind in 2nd. Amin Sun has climbed to 3rd. The battle for the top is heating up. Derek Plays takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Kilo Juliet Delta moves up to 7. Kilo Juliet Delta and Rondon 69 are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya is now in 7th place, closing the gap with Kilo Juliet Delta. Kilo Juliet Del and Maya are neck and neck for 7. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing fast, now in 14th place. Amy is climbing up to 9th place. Mavericks has advanced to 15th. Lucky Board and DJ Lone Wolf are locked in a close fight for 16th. Zap Brandigan and Athena CNC are nose to tail for 4th place. Amy and Kilo Juliet Delta are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Lucky Board is climbing up the field, gaining one spot to sit in 16. Zap Brandigan and Athena CNC are nose to tail for 4th place. Amy has just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Kilo Juliet Delta and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Kilo Juliet Delta has climbed up to 8th place. Zinyahima is also making moves, now in 12th place. Grumpy Yurf and Zinyahima are nose to nose for 12th. With 3 out 25 and Grampy Jurif are nose to nose for 13th place. Dylan Wolf just sneaked up 1 spot to 16. Ovidus and Buckybird are locked in a close fight for 17. Rondon 69 and Zap Brandigan are nose to nose for 5th place. With 3 out 25 is climbing up to 13th. Buckybird and D. Joan Wolf are locked in a close fight for 16th. The no chicane layout is favoring the aggressive drivers with the fastest lap times, keeping the pack tight and making overtakes more daring. Maya and Rondon 69 are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 8th. Navrix is climbing up to 14th. Maya is closing in on Rondon 69. Looks like a move is imminent. Fishta Husky and Ovidus are neck and neck. This could go either way. Athena CNC is trying to hold off Amundsen for 3rd place. Wayne Trendy 4 and Kilo Juliet Delta are nose to tail for 9th. Zap Brandigan is climbing to 4th place. Amy and Maya are still neck and neck for 7th. Wayne Trendy 4 is now in 9th after gaining 1 spot. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding on to 8th place, while Kilo Juliet Delta is trying to squeeze into 9th. Maya is still in 7th, but not for long if this pace keeps up. Wayne Trinity 4 and Kilo Juliet Delta are nose to nose for 9th place. Shrawn is climbing up to 11th. Grampy Jurf is sneaking into 16th. Wow, Jerk Plays just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to steer their way to victory at Mid-Ohio without the chicane. Well done. Wow, Jerk Plays really pulled it off. Great job winning that race, you totally deserved it. Looks like all those hours of gaming finally paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next in the virtual racing world. Here's a fun fact for you. The 1990s supercars racing class was basically the era of giant, aggressive-looking cars with massive wings and wild paint jobs that looked like they were designed by a cartoon artist on a sugar rush. These beasts were so powerful that sometimes they could barely stay on the track without trying to take flight. It was a time when manufacturers really went all out to make their cars stand out, which is why the racetracks of the 90s looked more like a car show than a proper competition sometimes. Alright, everyone. The clock's ticking and the car selection is about to close. Make sure you pick your favorite before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI chooses for you. No pressure or anything, just your entire race depends on it. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. The Ferrari 512 TR is known for its raw power and sleek design, perfect for making those quick bursts on straightaway. On the other hand, the 1996 Porsche 911 GT2 is legendary for its handling and balance, especially on a historic circuit like Silverstone. If this were a drag race, the Ferrari might have the edge, but on a track like Silverstone where cornering and finesse matter, I'd give a slight nod to the Porsche. Still, with AI behind the wheel, you never know. Sometimes the unexpected wins the race. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Silverstone Historic with 1990s supercars. Starting from the front is its Sarah in a classic Nissan Skyline GT RR32. Let's see if that legend can hold on to that pole position. The race kicks off with its Sarah leading the pack, followed closely by Kingret in second place. Amy has settled into third, but plenty of time for the order to shuffle. Wayne Trinity 4 is slicing through the field like a hot knife through butter, now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy and Wayne 94 are nose to tail for third. Looks like a battle for the podium. Emertic 398 and Popcorn Slayer are locked in a fierce scrap for sixth. No room for error there. Amensan is slicing through the field, now in 6th place. Cometwy is climbing fast, now in 10th. Wayne 94 is on a roll, holding the lead at the moment. Aminsan just gained 1 spot to take 5th place. Yama Priest also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Mika Broadcast and Yama Priest are now locked in a close fight for 7th place. Aminsan is climbing 2 spots to claim 3rd place. Cometwy is also moving up 2 spots, now in 7th. Navrix and Grumpy Jurf are nose to nose for 13th. Aminsan just snuck into 2nd place. Yeah, Cometwy is climbing up to 6th. Navrix is making a move to 13th. Navrix and Trash Crashton are nose to nose for 12th. Kingwood and its Sarar are nose to tail for 3rd place. Cometwy has gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Trash Crashton is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 11th. Cometwy has advanced to 3rd place. Popcorn Slayer is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by over a second. The two are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Popcorn Slayer and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Navrix just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Baycorn and Navrix are locked in a close fight for 12th. Grampierf is in 10th place with a 1996 Maserati Ghibli.I. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise in the top half. Ingrid is trying to squeeze past Amy for 5th place. Abeta Blog and Titus 61 are nose to nose for 15th. No one is giving an inch so far. Kingrood is trying to hold off Amy for 5th place. Emerald Tick 308 and Mikkel Broadcast are still nose to nose for 9th. Netzerop Starks and Bacorn are locked in a close fight for 13th. Popcorn Slayer climbs 2 spots to 5th place. Navrix also moves up 2 spots to 10th. Navrix and Mikkel Broadcast are locked in a close fight for 9th. Trash Crashton and Navrix are neck and neck for 10th place. Nenzerop Stocks and Emerald Tick through 988 are fighting hard for 12th. Down to Oakwist and Exclusive Gods are locked in a close scrap for 18th. Yama Priest is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Navrix and Mikkel Broadcast are nose to nose for 9th place. Nenzero Starks and Emerald Tick 3988 are battling it out for 12th position. Kingrood is closing in on Popcorn Slayer, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Yama Priest is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. Yama Priest and Kingrood are locked in a tight fight for 6th place. Nylierop Stocks just climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Bacorn gained 2 positions and is now in 12th place. Mikkel Broadcast and Bacorn are nose to nose for 12th place. Looks like a close fight. Yama Priest is climbing up to 6th place. Kingrood and Yama Priest are fighting hard for 6th. Mikkel Broadcast and Bacorn are nose to nose for 12th. Maya is holding steady in the top 10, not giving away any positions. Bacorn and Zerop Starks are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. A better bloke just sneaked past someone, climbing the ranks like a pro. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to 4th place. It's Aurora and Popcorn Slayer are battling hard for that position. Yama Priest is closing in, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Teddy 61 is closing in on Emerald Tick 988, cutting the gap by a full second. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to take the 19th place. Darigaz and Maya are neck and neck in a battle for the same position. Congratulations, Wayne Trinity 4. Looks like all those laps paid off. Guess the checkered flag was just waiting for you to grab it. Well done. Congratulations to Wayne Trinity 4 for winning the race. Well done on taking the top spot. And hey Amin-san, you snagged the fastest lap. That means you get to claim the legendary 1993 McLaren F1.OM. Nice choice! That car is a true classic. Sure thing! Did you know that the Autopolis Oita track is known for its stunning mountain backdrop? It's like racing through a postcard. Plus, it's one of the few circuits in Japan that has a tunnel section, giving drivers a real adrenaline rush. It's a perfect blend of breathtaking scenery and technical challenge. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision. Don't be the one left standing with the slowpoke. Get your picks in and let's see which car will dominate the race. Well, looking at these two contenders, it's clear that both drivers have some interesting choices. Violetta Mama with her 27th seat. Leon Capra has a turbocharged engine and a reputation for decent handling, especially for a sporty hatchback from that era. On the other hand, Lil Sprout with the 2006 Mitsubishi Eclipse GT has a V6 engine that might give it some power, but it's not exactly known for razor-sharp agility. Considering the track at Autopolis Oita, which has those tight corners and long straights, I'd probably lean toward Violetta Mama's seat. It's more recent and probably better suited to handle the twists and turns at speed. Plus, turbocharged power and a bit more finesse might give her the edge. But hey, who knows? Maybe Lil Sprout's Eclipse will surprise us all with a burst of raw power on the straightaways. This is racing, after all. Anything can happen when AI takes the wheel. Alright folks, Violetta Mama is kicking things off from pole position in her 27th seat, Leon Capra. That means she's got the best view of the race starting. Let's see if she can keep that lead or if the other cars have something to say about it. Violetta Mama has shot off the line into the lead. Lil Sprout is holding strong in second place, and Drewer False is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Amin-san and Drewer False are neck and neck for third place. Skozer Ops is climbing up to sixth, and Maya is making a move to eighth. Amin-san just overtook someone to grab third place. Amin-san and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for second. Skoser Ops and Rosagol Gaming are locked in a close fight for 5th. Skoser Ops just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Gabby the Minimac and Pani 3 are still nose to nose for 10th. Ruki Miriki is climbing fast, now in 12th. Kistaflex just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Yongjan's Store to 102 and Rose Gold Gaming are nose to nose for 7th. Gabby the Minimac and Pani 3 are still locked in a close fight for 10th. Gabby the Minimac is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Amundsen just gained 1 spot to 2nd, and now Lil Sprout and Amundsen are nose to nose fighting for the 2nd position. Yoongjan's Stored to 102 and Kistaflex are nose to tail for 6th place. Just Panchakis is climbing up to 13th, making moves. Yoongdan's Stored 102 just sneaked into 6th place. Ruki Miriki is inching closer to Pani 3, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Ruki Miriki and Pani 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Violeta Mama is trying to hold off Amundsen for the lead. Drua Fowls and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 3rd. Skoserops is right behind Drua Falls, eyeing that 4th spot. Amundsen just snuck into 1st place. Drua Falls and Skoserops are climbing up to 3rd and 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Just Panchakis is driving a 22 Honda Integra Type R and is currently in the 12th position. Their race seems steady but not quite at the front yet. Skoserops and Druorfalls are neck and neck for 3rd place. Kalmetwi just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Deskis and Kalmetwi are battling closely for the 14th position. Gabby the Minimac just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. Lil Sprout and Gabby the Minimac are nose to nose for 6th. Theskis is climbing up to 14th. Druafals and Violeta Mama are nose to nose for 2nd place. Ksteflex is chipping away at Lil Sprout's lead, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Pani 3 is climbing up, grabbing the 10th spot from nowhere. Druorfals is climbing up to 2nd place. Skoser Ops and Violeta Mama are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Gabby the Minimac is driving a 1999 Nissan Skyline GT R34, a classic icon. They started 14th and are currently in 6th, so they're making some moves. Looks like a solid climb, but the race is still wide open. Gabby the Minimac is climbing up to 5th place. Maya is closing the gap on Kestaflex by 1 second. Just Panchakis is moving into 12th position. Spazix Switch just overtook someone to move into the 15th place. Amy is closing the gap on Kalmetwi, now just a 1.5 seconds behind. Ksteflex just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Lil Sprout and Keistaflex are nose to nose, fighting for 7th. X Basics, which is racing a 2007 Honda Civic Type R. They're currently in 16th place, struggling a bit with a lap time over 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Skozarobs is climbing up to 3rd place. Gabby the Minimac and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 4th. Gabby Theminamak is climbing up to 4th place. Yungon Stort Will 102 and Violetta Mama are still locked in a close fight for 5th. Ruki Miriki is advancing to 12th. Yungon Stort 202 is climbing up to 4th place now. Gabby the Minimac is right behind him, both battling for that spot. Rosico Gaming has advanced to 12th position. Wow, Emin San just took the top spot. Looks like someone was saving their best for the finish line. Well done! Wow, what a win for Emin-san. Congratulations! They really showed some serious skill out there. And hey, since Emin-san also scored the fastest lap, they get to claim that sweet 1999 Nissan Skyline GT RR 34. Now that's a prize worth racing for. Who will be the next to claim a car? Stay tuned and keep those engines roaring. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1971 Dodge Charger. It just seems to have that muscle car attitude and a bit more power under the hood, which might give it a sneaky edge on Dustbite Speedway. The others are cool, but the Charger's got that classic charm, and maybe a little more speed to leave the rest in the dust. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this race is definitely a toss-up. Since we don't know much about their skills or driving styles, it's like betting on a coin flip. But hey, the excitement is in the unpredictability, right? I guess we'll just sit back and see which one surprises us at Dustbite Speedway. Could be a thrilling showdown or a really interesting lesson in randomness. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Dustbite Speedway, and leading the pack is the Celestial Inari in a classic 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, straight from the NASCAR in 1970. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole position or if the competition catches up. Celestial Inari has shot off the line into the lead. Darigos is holding strong in second, and Fortia froze right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shattered Pixel is climbing steadily into third. Lee Roussel and Fortiafro are locked in a close duel for 4. Ren Kaori is climbing up 2 spots to take 5th place. Lee Roussel and Ren Kaori are battling closely for 5th. Mr. Jacob Leish and Rexensera are also locked in a tight fight for 7th. Darigos takes the lead, moving up to 1st place. Shattered Pixel advances to 2nd place. Celestial Inari is right behind, battling hard for 2nd. The fight for the top spots is heating up. XOSS is on the move, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Riswat Indio is also making progress, moving up 4 spots to 24th. Meanwhile, Shoto Todoroki 39 is having a tough time, dropping back 14 positions to 30. Shoto Todoroki 39 is making a statement by overtaking nearly 30 cars to take the lead. Celestial Inari is not giving up easily, sticking close in the fight for 1st. Darigos and Celestial Inari are locked in a close duel for 2nd place. Tugonet DTV is on a roll, climbing from way back to take the lead. Mina Maistaya 21 is making a solid push into the top 10. Celestial Inari and Tugonet DTV are nose to tail, fighting hard for the top spot. Shoto Todoroki 39 is dropping like a stone, now in 31st place. Darigos is climbing steadily, now in 2nd. Darigos and Tugonet DTV are nose to nose for the top spot. Looks like a battle for the ages. Darigos just took the lead, now in 1st place. Celestial Inari is right behind in 2nd. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Tugonet DTV is really making a statement by dropping 20 places. Ren Kaori and Shattered Pixel are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Rex and Sarah is climbing steadily, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Rex and Sarah and Ren Kaori are nose to tail for 4th place. XOSS is climbing fast, up 2 spots to 13. GN Prime and AXOSS are locked in a close fight for the same position. Rex and Sarah and Ren Kaori are nose to tail for 4th place. Adam Flash is climbing up to 10th, just ahead of Majako Bleich. Looks like a close fight for those positions. Navrix is on a roll, climbing 10 places to 11. Tugonet DTV is closing in on Kinchu 22, fast, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Ren Kaori and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail in a fierce fight for third. Schmerzenleiter just sliced through the field to reach 15th place. Ren Kaori is climbing steadily to third. Shattered Pixel and Ren Kaori are nose to tail for that third spot. Imus Gordon is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 18th place. Mavericks is dropping back, losing 19 positions to sit in the 28th spot. Celestia Linari is on the move, gaining 1 position to hold the lead. Buchitsero is closing in on Imus Gordon fast, closing the gap by almost 19 seconds. Leruzel and I are battling it out for 7th place, while Manamai Styler 21 and I are fighting for 8th. Things are heating up. Schmerzenleague is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Shattered Pixel is comfortably leading now. Darigaos is inching closer to Celestial Inari. And that battle for 2nd place is heating up, with just over a second separating them. Forty Afro is making a strong move up the field and now leads the race. Shattered Pixel is right on their tail, battling hard for the top spot. Rex and Sarah is dropping back, now in the middle of the pack at 13. The fight for first is getting intense. Shattered Pixel and Forty Afro are nose to tail at the front. Ren Kaori just overtook someone to sit in 5th place. Maya is closing in on Ren Kaori for 5th. Wow, Shattered Pixel, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Shattered Pixel really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations. That was some serious racing skills. I guess all those hours of practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure. A fun fact about the F1 cars from the 1960s is that they had a lot of mechanical charm and a lot less technology helping out. They relied heavily on driver skill because the cars had no electronic aids like traction control or ABS. Imagine racing with just your instincts and a lot of grease on your hands. It was basically the Wild West of racing, where a good driver could really make a difference, unlike today where the cars do most of the thinking. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in before the race begins. Don't let your favorite slide by without your say. Oh wow. Two classics going head to head in a modern AI race. That's like a vintage showdown with a turbocharged twist. Davy in the Ferrari 158 definitely has the looks and the history. But the Porsche 804, even if a couple of years younger, might just have the edge with that sleek design. And perhaps better handling. Honestly, it could be anyone's race, but I'm leaning towards the Porsche 804, sneaking out a win, just because of how nimble those old Porsches can be on a tricky track, like Atlanta Motorsports Park Reverse. Let's see if my vintage instincts are right. Alright, everyone, Bucky Bird is taking the pole position in that classic 1961 Cooper T55 Dewitt. We're about to see how that vintage machine stacks up on this reverse track. Buckle up, it's about to get interesting. Bucky Bird has shot off the line to take the lead. Hikori Hamsam is holding strong in second place, while H2 Hove is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. H2 Hovea and Hikori Hamsam are neck and neck for second place. Titus 61 and H2 Hova are locked in a close fight for third. Bubote and Titus 61 are battling hard for fourth. Titus 61 is on a tear, taking the lead by overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Derigaus is climbing fast, also passing 3 cars to sit in 6th. Crystal 33 is making moves, overtaking 3 to settle in 8th. Gamingto Fight Cancer is on the rise, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Crystal 33 is dropping back, down to 16th after losing 8 positions. Waifuana is climbing steadily, now in 8th place after moving up 1 spot. H2O Avea is now in 1st place. Girl of Diamond has climbed to 15. Aminsan is closing in on Crystal 33, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Navrex is driving a Brabham BT7 from 1965, currently in the 13th place. Their race looks steady but not spectacular so far. The vintage F1 cars are close in performance, but the track's tight reverse layout probably favors the more experienced drivers. Car class isn't making a huge difference here, just a matter of who can handle the vintage charm better. Bubote just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Lisa Shibi is also climbing up, now in 4th. Hikori Hamsam and Lisa Shibi are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Bubote is really closing the gap on Titus 61 now. Derigaus has just climbed into 5th place. And Maya is making her way up to 6th, inching closer to the top. Lisa Shibi is chipping away at Bubote's lead. Navrex has just sneaked into the 12th spot. Crystal 33 is closing in on Hot Bolognese, closing the gap by a solid 1.6 seconds. Chris Golfer just gained a spot and is now in 12th place. Girl of Diamond is closing in on Mavericks, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Waifuana just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Hikori Hamzam and Weifuan are nose to nose for 7th. Mavericks and Kreisgolfer are neck and neck fighting for 12th. Crystal 33 is racing a Ferrari 1512 from 1962. They're currently in 16th place and have a pretty quick lap time of 1:48.2, 1 hour and 1. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite challenging the leaders. Girl of Diamond is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 11. Hikori Hamzam is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Gaming Fight Cancer is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 9. Aminzan is driving a Lotus 25 from 1962, known for its innovative monocoque chassis Honda. They're currently in 6th place, just behind the leaders, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 47 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own pretty well. Congratulations to H2 Hove on winning the race at Atlanta Motorsports Park Reverse. Looks like they really know how to take the lead. Well done. Wow, H2 Hova just took the crown. Congratulations. That was an impressive show of skill. Looks like all those hours of AI training really paid off. Can't wait to see what they do next. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Lego Speed Champions track is so detailed that it could easily be mistaken for a tiny city on wheels. I mean, with all those miniature buildings and scenery, you might forget it's just a racetrack and start exploring it like it's a little Lego universe. Who knew racing could be this adorable? Alright folks, time's almost up. Get your picks in before the race starts or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we've got Maya in a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4 and Aetherplasm in a 2016 Subaru Impreza RX STII. Now, looking at these two, the KTM is known for its lightweight and agility, which could give it an edge in quick turns and acceleration. Meanwhile, the Subaru is a bit heavier but probably has some solid grip and stability, especially in a rally-style car. But keep in mind it's LEGO Speed Champions, so the real difference might come down to how the AI handles each model's quirks, rather than their real-world specs. That said, I'd put my bets on Maya's KTM Expo to edge out a win, just because it tends to be more nimble and quick on the draw. Still, don't count out that Subaru either, especially if the AI manages to exploit any tricky corners. Who are you guys betting on? Alright everyone, Jim Maxsheet is on pole driving a classic 2016 Subaru Impreza WRX STI, ready to tear up the LEGO Speed Champions track. Let's see if that turbocharged beast can hold on to the lead. Jim Maxsheet has taken the lead right out of the gate. Navrix is hot on their heels in second place. Iconic Odd is currently holding on to third, but not for long if they keep that pace. Maya just sliced through the field to grab fourth place. Buchizero is climbing steadily to 13th. Let's Go and Buchizero are nose to tail, fighting for that 13th spot. Lootcraft and the Minimac are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Navling is climbing 2 spots to move into 13th. Buchizero and Navling are battling it out for the 13th position. Aetherplasm is making a bold move up to 3rd place. Navrix is now leading the race. Iconic Odd has also climbed to 2nd. Things are heating up at the front. Buchizero is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11th. Jim Maxsheet is having a tough time, dropping 9 places to 15. Amy is inching forward, now in 6th. Calico Bunny is driving a 2008 Lada 110S, which is known for its simplicity and durability. Their race seems to be steady in 8th place, but with the Lada's reputation, overtaking might be a challenge. Navling's Toyota Corolla is a 2008 model, known for its reliability rather than speed. They're currently in the 15th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Kamaka is driving a Lotus Evora GX GT4, a car known for its balance and agility. They are currently in 5th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Maya and Aetherplasm are nose to tail for 3rd place. Nyalathotep 98 has climbed 1 spot to 8th. HP Lootcraft is also up 1 spot, now 9th. Calico Bunny is on a roll, climbing from behind to 3rd place. Buchizero is closing in on Let's Go fast, shaving off 6.8 seconds. Let's Go is not backing down, narrowing the gap with Gabitha Minimac by 2.1 seconds. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya is also moving up to 4th. Famaka is making a move to 5th. Looks like a tight battle for those top spots. Iconic Odd takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Aethoplasm is closing in on Navrix, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Maya is storming ahead, now in 1st place after overtaking 3 cars. Iconic Odd is having a rough time, dropping 6 positions to 7th. Aethoplasm is on the hunt, closing the gap on Navrix by 1.6 seconds. Navrix is now in 1st place. Aethoplasm has moved up to 2nd. Famaka is climbing into 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the top. Calicon Bunny is closing in on Iconic Odd fast, cutting the gap by 6.7 seconds. Gabbling is climbing up to 8th place, and Gabitha Minimek is right behind in 9th. Things are heating up. Dueletsko is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Maya is having a rough patch, dropping 7 places to 12th. Someone just snuck into 5th, inching up 1 spot. Gabitha Minimak advances to 8th place. Wuchizero climbs to 9th. I move up to 10th, leaving the bottom half of the pack behind. HP Lootcraft is racing a Peugeot 407 from 27. They're currently in the middle of the pack, and seem to be struggling with lap times, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than most. Wow, Navrix took the victory again. Looks like they're unstoppable. Nice job. Wow, congratulations to Navrix. You really drove that race like a champion. Nice job snagging the win. And great news for Amy. You crushed the fastest lap, so you get to claim the shiny 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4. Well earned. Sure. The 2019 IPS Kuruma is actually based on a real-life car, the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution X. It's known for its sleek design and agility in the game. But in real life, Mitsubishi's Lancer Evolution series has a legendary status among car enthusiasts for its rally heritage and turbocharged performance. So, in a way, this virtual ride has a little rally racing spirit tucked inside. Alright, so we're flying blind here with Platigami and Kayasify, both in the same 2019 IPS Kuruma. So it's all about skill, and a little bit of luck now. Since we don't know much about either, I'd say it's a toss-up. But if I had to guess, I'd lean toward whoever's got the better instincts, or just gets that perfect line through the corners. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at a Kopum Raceway Club and is quite the start. Senyahima in the 2019 IPS Kuruma has taken pole position. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if anyone's got a surprise up their sleeve. Senyahima has shot off the line into the lead. Kingshu 22 is holding strong in second place, and Frankwardy is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Kingshu 22 just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Frankwardy and Senyahima are still nose-to-nose for second place. Lloydse Crespi is climbing fast, now in fifth after gaining 2 spots. Senyahima just took the lead, moving up to first place. Kingshu 22 is right behind, still battling for the top spot. Pladigami has climbed to fifth, closing in on the front runners. Maya is now in third place, climbing up 1 spot. The Futz 84 has also moved up 1 spot into 10th. Lloydse Crespi is in 7th place, driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Their race looks steady but not quite challenging the top yet. The Kuruma Cup cars are evenly matched, so the track must be favoring consistent driving over outright speed, keeping the top positions tightly packed. Kyosify is in 6th place with a fastest lap of 0:50.569. Their race looks steady but not quite challenging the top. Mahokaos is driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma, just like everyone else. They're currently in the 12th spot, so they're hanging around the middle of the pack, but not making much noise. Looks like a steady race, no major moves yet. The Futz 84 is driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma, same as most others. Their race seems steady but not quite fast enough to challenge the top. Maya is holding the fastest lap and is in third, so he's definitely pushing hard to stay close to the leaders. The Futz 84 is in 10th place with a fastest lap of 50.521 seconds. Their car is holding steady but hasn't shown any quick laps to challenge the leaders yet. Senyahima is leading comfortably in their IPS Kuruma, which is known for its balance and speed. They've been consistent with the fastest lap so far and seem to be maintaining a solid pace at the front. Kyosify is in 6th place with a fastest lap of 50.14 seconds. Their race seems steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. The Kuruma Cup cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track seems to favor those with better lap times. The top drivers are all within a second, so it's all about precision and consistency here. The Kuruma Cup cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track seems to favor those with a quick lap time like me and Kinchu. The tight corners probably highlight driver skill over car differences. Hikori Hamzam is in 8th place driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady, but not making big moves. Amy is in the 8th place with a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so she's holding her own but not quite catching the front runners. Wow, Zenyahima just took the victory. Looks like someone was born to win. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Zenyahima took the race. Congratulations on that victory. You really drove like a champ. As for the others, great effort out there. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, which means you get to claim that sleek 2019 IPS Kuruma from the Kuruma Cup. Nice work! Who's feeling lucky to claim a car next? Hey everyone, we're just doing a quick stream maintenance break. It'll only be a few minutes, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because when we're back, the AI racers will be ready to battle it out again. Grab a snack or stretch those legs, and I'll see